So I wanted to show some of these to kind of show how we're looking at the diagrams again anew. And obviously that's what today is about, to celebrate the new commissions of diagrams from our collaborators who are here today. This afternoon we'll have two panels, one moderated by Esther and one moderated by Nick, which will look at the context that was missing from Charles's diagram. Some of the new diagrams look at the context that was missing, or underrepresented histories, or going into detail that was missing, or perhaps dealing with some of those frustrating white blobs that are in Charles's diagrams. Everyone's like, what are the white? What's the white? And others reassess the whole idea of an evolutionary genealogy of architectural style, or the idea of a cyclical nature, and try modes of representation that do reveal new or existing paradigms. I'm going to run through the diagrams quickly just to show them all to you and introduce the panelists who are here in no particular order. There's Bryony Roberts and Avery Aitken, who will be presenting their open source collaboration project, Feminist Spatial Practices, Part 1. Curry Hackett, who is, I hope, here, who will be presenting his and Charles Davis's diagram that results in his non-evolutionary tree, The Middle Passage of Vernacular Art. Mold Research Collective, Architecture is Climate, which will be presented today by Jeremy Till and Anthony Powis. Pierre Vittor Orelli and Marcin Corby, who will be presented their chronogram, Base and Superstructure, a Vulgar Survey of Western Architecture, 2023. Fortunately, Mario Carpo, who sketched the basis for this diagram on the prevalence of computation in architectural design, isn't able to join us today. And last but not least, Ötzi Grau and Francesca Hughes will be presenting their hybrid diagram artwork, Excel document paper shredder, project cul-de-sac. With that, I will pass you over to Mark Wigley.
Thanks. Super nice to be here. But of course, in this moment of time, it seems somewhat criminal to feel super nice about anything. So maybe the question would be how to relate our conversations about these drawings to what's happening in what the British would call the Middle East. And they're calling it the Middle East, and drawing it as the Middle East is very much part of what's going on here. So let's at least think about the relationship between drawing and violence, sustained and systemic. And even I would ask us to consider the possibility that the violence that's upsetting so much of us, pretty much all of us right now, is impossible without drawing. So as we are inside a school of architecture, thinking about an enormously influential drawing and how to tease that drawing and make it perform in other kinds of ways, to be attentive to all of the implications of that, which doesn't mean attaching, in my opinion, doesn't mean attaching to this drawing some kind of political labels, but to understand the politics of drawing itself that makes such labels possible. And these are, I'm saying these kind of grand things, but this was a very grand drawing, it seems to me. And I say drawing, not diagram, because I don't know much about diagrams. I know even on this panel, I'm alongside somebody that thinks a lot about diagrams. So I just want to make it very clear I don't know anything about diagrams. So what I want to do is say that this is not a diagram, but a drawing. And for me, drawing is a verb. So why I would call this a drawing rather than a diagram is that it's somehow alive. Also, by calling it a drawing, it's really not clear if there's an agent that produces such a document. It's much more the other way around. One draws in order to become oneself. If one knew what one was, one wouldn't draw. Drawing is the making of oneself, or the throwing of yourself out of what you currently know into a space in which perhaps you might emerge. So you draw to find, not to make. So if, in my opinion, Jencks was drawing, and this is a drawing, what was being drawn was Jencks. There's not a Jencks who then said, I'm going to draw. This is the drawing that made Jencks. In my opinion, there was only one drawing and pretty much only one Jencks, which would not be a very interesting comment, except for the fact that this one Jencks was all about multiplicity and multivalence and everything all the time, everywhere, or all at once, a kind of metaverse figure So that there would be only one figure who talked about there never being anything that was only one is, for me, interesting. I think also if drawing is a verb and drawing is what made Jencks, it's more than anything a landscape drawing, kind of in a way, in the most obvious sense. And it seems to me the most obvious aspect of drawings may be the aspect to pay closest attention to. It's a totalizing drawing. It does not permit an outside. So theoretically, it positions everything in architecture in the same drawing, but not just in architecture, because the bottom of the drawing is the 80% that's of the built environment that's not been designed by architects. That's an extraordinarily optimistic assessment. 98% would be probably closer to the truth. And then if you took at the 2% which architects claim to be involved with, let's discuss what kind of involvement that was. Should we consider it like 1% of the 2%? So just imagine that this drawing already presents a certain kind of mirror in which architecture sees itself much larger than it really is. But hypothetically, you can't name anything to do with the built environment that is not in this drawing. That's its claim to make. And any such totalizing claim is extraordinarily risky, because of course it invites us to consider what's not in the drawing, what's left outside. So if there is this interior to architecture, whether consciously by architects or unconsciously by non-architects, if it's a kind of interior, so a combination of landscape and interior, in any way, isn't a landscape something to be in, not simply to pass through, but to be in. So if you're in a kind of a landscape, which is the landscape of architecture, what's not with you in that space? Like, what does this drawing not include? And I think Lily's already pointed to those thinkers of recent years, but also those who have entered into this Chronograms project, who have tried to, as it were, bring into the drawing what the drawing has left out. I mean, just to one side, if we could pretend for a moment that this is an aside, is it possible to make a drawing in the way that I've described, that's, in which there is nothing left out? In other words, is there not implicit in the act of drawing or of being drawn by a drawing exclusions of different kinds? And so it would become, again, hyper interesting. What kind of exclusions, what kind of things are kept out of this extraordinarily generous, you could almost say promiscuous interior space? Or to say it differently, if we are here at the AA and in general hanging out inside architecture, what is this space that we're hanging out in, and who are we hanging out with? Not just who, like other, and architects do look human. There's a surprising resemblance between architects and human beings, but consider also other species, other technologies, and so on. So a couple of very, very fast points, because I'm going to go extremely fast, hoping that therefore you will not listen carefully to what I was saying, and in the kind of blur, some kind of, you will imagine something interesting. What if I'm drawing right in front of you right now? What if Jencks, didn't make this drawing but was made by it? What if it was never simply an image of existing architectural culture? So it's not a kind of map of what's going on in architecture, but something more like a manifesto for non-hierarchical multiplicity. This drawing, this version of the drawing you're looking at, was first done in 1969 when Charles was 30 years old for the Architecture 2000 book. But it was first published in this form in October of 1970 in Architectural Design magazine. And you can see it kind of conveys the sense that there is a dense biodiversity of experiments at any one historical moment as architects kind of test different possibilities within semi-autonomous streams of interrelated work. By the way, the implication of this drawing is that you don't necessarily know what you're doing as an architect. You are actually in the middle of some kind of genetic stream that is shaping you more than you're shaping it. In other words, not only is Jencks not simply drawing this drawing of architects, but they themselves are being, as it were, drawn by this kind of biology. They are being, as it were, drawn along or carried along. The interior space is shaded. It's some kind of liquid, some kind of material. So it's something more like swimming, or I'm sorry for confusing all the metaphors, but you're sort of swimming and being carried along by the stream, stream being one of the words that Jencks, one of the many words he uses. So you don't necessarily know what you're doing. By the way, if you knew what you were doing, why would you do it? And if architects are at least half interesting, it's because, and I think they are, it's because they don't know what they're doing. And if they did know what they were doing, then they would be probably very concerned about the fact that they tend not to get paid. So architects are actually quite happy not knowing what they're doing and not receiving any remuneration, because that seems to reinforce the sense that they are not really knowing what they're doing. They're kind of exploring, as it were, the universe. So all these sort of lost souls who don't know what they're doing receive a kind of letter from Charles Jencks telling them what they are doing, which is a label. Most of whom were extremely irritated by where they were positioned in the diagram, but enormously relieved to be in it. Because after all, to not receive a love letter from Jencks was to be out. By the way, out, if you're a woman, you're out. Right? So just understand who gets love in this kind of equation. So architecture is sort of understood to be a sort of genetic or biogenetic agitation, very much detached from the everyday world, which is the bottom. So it floats up there, kind of happy and free. The everyday world is dense and kind of driven. There is this sort of romantic space, a kind of a balloony type space. So this is the drawing. And as you know, of course, the moment at which it's drawn, 1969, is more or less in the middle of the diagram. And as Lily pointed out, a fragment of the diagram, one half of the diagram, was included in the PhD completed the very same year under the supervision of Rainer Banham. And of course, probably the half that goes from 1970 forward was unacceptable as the work of a PhD. In other words, you're not supposed to be inventing the future as a historian. As student of a historian, you're supposed to be describing the past. But of course, the whole point of describing the past in this drawing was, of course, to imagine the future. And to say it very quickly, I would argue that the claim made by this drawing is that the past and the future were the same thing. This drawing is a manifesto for multivalent multiplicity. So in fact, it made no difference to carve off the right-hand side of the drawing. In fact, arguably, you could take any slice of this drawing and would have exactly the same meaning. And were you to slice more closely, you would then just be showing more and more little kind of rivers within it. It gets published, of course, in the more famous version, kind of cleaned up. All traces of manufacture have been removed. Hand manufacture, you can see in the original drawing the kind of clumsiness of operations. It all becomes very smooth, like it's a fact now, not something made. It's not a drawing. Maybe now it's a kind of a diagram. And since I don't know about diagrams, but maybe drawings lead to diagrams and diagrams generate drawings. But maybe the diagram is just a sort of transition. But even before this is released, the AA produces its own poster, and you could, for £1.50, I think you could get your own copy. And you see, you sense here already the kind of pop quality of this, and not by accident the word pop is in the exact center of the drawing alongside archigram. And archigram were here at the AA, and the AA was indeed, I think, very much part of the thinking of this drawing and the space of this drawing. And there's a lot one could say about the relationship between this and this, the vague sense of a kind of everyday grounded world, technological world below, and a kind of floating pneumatic world above, and also endless color everywhere. In other words, the drawing on the left is also an interior, right? Not just the interior underneath the kind of bubbles, but the whole thing is a kind of liquid thrill. You don't really need to take chemicals. This is a chemical effect. This is what you're supposed to see after you take the chemicals, but you don't need it. Or what if it is that architecture offers itself as a new kind of psychedelic phenomenon? Why bother with the chemicals if you could have archigram, who, by the way, as far as I know, were not users of any advanced chemicals. They were barely even adequate drinkers. But moving on. It then appears in the book, which is the book based on the thesis of Rainer Banham, which of course is about the past, again about the so-called, as Pevsner would put it, the teacher of Banham, the modern movement, and it becomes modern movements to make the point here. But this point is not new for Jencks. Jencks had edited a student magazine before coming to London called Connection, and in Connection he had argued for multivalence, which was the fact that there are many more types of modern architecture than had been acknowledged, and any one type has within it many more types of ways of understanding. So he was a kind of polemicist for what he called multivalence. And this diagram appears in this book as it appeared inside the PhD, exactly at the point at which he's saying nobody's acknowledging multivalence. It's therefore, of course, what I'm claiming is this is a drawing of what will eventually be called postmodern. So this is postmodernism. Postmodernism is not something that happens within one of these drawings. It's the drawing itself. It's the idea that anything at any time has equal value to everything else, and no one thing exists in isolation from each other. There's a kind of semi-autonomy. That's the best that you can get. So it's somewhat surprising, or perhaps I've now explained why, when the book on postmodernism comes out, there is no evolutionary tree diagram exactly when you would expect it. I realize now for the first time that I've already answered the question. You don't need the diagram because postmodernism is the diagram, so why would you put a diagram? Nevertheless, he started to think about it, and in the same year as the first edition comes out, he starts to make the drawing, figures it out what such a drawing would be, and then publishes it. So in the same year that the book on postmodernism comes out, the first, what he calls genealogy of postmodern architecture, appears, and over time it gets more and more refined. You could, of course, argue that the aesthetics of this drawing evolve along with the aesthetics that he's interested in. You see everything is getting wider and wider. There is some kind of glorious sense that postmodernism is some sort of disease that's taking over, that we have all been infected by its sort of promiscuity. But exactly in the moment in which he declares that postmodernism is the thing, he realizes that there is something else, which he calls late modern, and there is a need to diagram it. So in parallel, he sets up another set of diagrams to do with late modernism, which eventually get published. And by the way, as you probably know, every single diagram in a book of Jencks was released before in magazines. He had a strategy of releasing the diagrams. The diagrams were the advertising for Jencks. This drawing means Jencks. This just, all it means is Jencks. No one, to my knowledge, ever studied these drawings. Right? No one would notice if we moved around, and by the way, I did in this drawing. Did you notice the changes I've made? Every single drawing I've shown you, names have been changed and moved. Did you notice? Did you care? No. Did Jencks care? No. What matters is the appearance that there is a kind of place for everyone, right, in this kind of model of inclusivity. So it's an ambition, it's an aspiration. That's also why I would call it a drawing. It's a kind of a dream of a kind of possible universe in which everybody has their place and is part of a kind of a bigger world. By the way, that ambition has, of course, a very long history. At least we can argue that the proto-evolutionary discussions of Vitruvius about the eventual kind of evolution, we would now say, of the classical column, which of course is the basis for Vasari's cyclical arguments about history, which are evolutionary, becomes the basis of, and so on and so on. In other words, it's hard to imagine architectural discourse or art historical discourse that doesn't make a claim something like each artwork and each individual and each school contains the seeds of the following one, so that all of them are to some extent designed by their environment. It's a kind of environmental theory of art. So of course, again, landscape drawing, because it's about environment. So in the drawing, it doesn't really matter where you're going. He updates the drawing. And as you can see on the right, it's clear that for Jencks, for whom everything is of equal value except postmodernism is worth more, right? Because postmodernism is the argument that everything is equal value. So the idea that equal value is everything has equal value actually privileges one position, which is the postmodern position. You can see that on the right, his later version of postmodernism, there's no difference between the streams anymore. It's just becoming a kind of, the postmodernism is becoming the entire landscape. Whereas on the left, late modernism is doing pretty well, but it still has 3 streams left by the time of this drawing, so much so that you can zoom into one part of the postmodernism drawing, the postmodern classicism drawing, and reveal that it too is by itself a kind of genetic engine producing a kind of proliferation. And then you can see on the right, all the streams are disappearing as we move through time, right? And eventually, of course, it gets redrawn. In the year 2000, Charles compliments himself in an extraordinarily exaggerated way, and was there ever anything by Charles that was not exaggerated? So he simply exaggerated the brilliance of his original observations and pretends that everything he said was going to happen did happen. He uses about 5 different tricks of statistics and so on to make this possible, but he has no doubt that he was right on almost every single score and produces this sort of grand version of the argument which keeps growing with time, gets bigger and bolder, flips from white to black, goes back in the past. Why not do 17th and 18th century? Why not put faces there alongside, in the 80s? Really keep going. And just to sort of finish then, to clarify, remember the moment in which these drawings have been done. The supervisor, Rainer Banham, is literally presenting himself naked. Actually, it's not really naked. Banham didn't feel good about his body, and Delagray thought his own body was amazing. So this is actually Rainer Banham's head on Delagray's body. So this is the most sort of good-looking body that an architectural historian ever had. And it's kind of quite complicated sexually if you think about it. Expressions like menage a trois don't really capture this erotic dance between technology, which is obviously the main love interest here, and these 5 people, which are the same. But they're in a kind of prophylactic bubble, so it's an interior that doesn't want to be connected to the outside. There's not even wires or cables for the electronics. And Banham is not only talking about such bubbles, but is making his talks in the bubble, about the bubble. So here he is inside Peter Murray and Tony Gilliam's bubble from 1967, doing a BBC broadcast, which is this one, by the way. It was done for Nova magazine. You see it out there in the kind of countryside. It's the idea of a new kind of domesticity. So it's kind of a repeat of the 1965 project with Delagray. And I just want to suggest, of course, that those bubbles, that idea of the interior of architecture being a kind of liquid, blobby interior, this was literally the kind of moment, the kind of maximum moment, 1967, of the kind of inflatable logic. But maybe something like Jan-Paul Jungmann's inflatables would be more of a kind of example here. So one bubble which is connected to another bubble, another one, and another one. So eventually you would have an entire city, and the interior would be something like this. So maybe the sort of Jencksian interior, the interior that supposedly we all occupy, but in fact the we here is a kind of 0.0000001 of the human species and of biological species. It's an extraordinarily sanitized, bacteria-free, plant-free, animal-free. It's not a world of disability, multiplicity, and so on. In other words, this image of inclusivity, constructed as an interior of extreme inclusivity, is in fact sort of massively disconnected from multiple worlds. I don't say this, let's say, simply as an accusation. And the reason I want to point out to this is, to my knowledge, Jencks was the single most consistent observer of the structural role of fascism in architectural discourse. So really, if you want to make an accusation, start first by understanding to what extent we in our own work have done such things. He was very, very acutely sensitive, even from his years in Harvard in the 60s, to this question of fascism and authoritarian logic in general. So if we, from our kind of privileged position today, look back and identify what was excluded from this diagram, at first acknowledge that we could do so in the same spirit. That is this, and I think this is what Lily and Eflux are trying to do by this kind of reworking of the drawing, is try to consider, well, how inclusive could this be? In other words, to keep drawing, to keep rebuilding Charles in the sense. And I would like to end with something that makes sense, which would be, it's not really going to make sense, but the trick of Jencks, if you believe me, was to turn architectural discourse itself into a single pulsating blobby interior that could, as it were, consume us all. This was the sort of key move that was made. So all I'm saying to some extent is that I think that Charles was very much an architect in the most sort of direct sense. This was an architectural project. It was the construction of a kind of interior. This interior could be understood as an asylum, in as much as the occupants of this interior are architects. Something like the horror of never leaving the AA. But isn't that something like the horror of our discipline, where architects have tried to mate sometimes with humans? It can be successful. It's generally at the level of communication not possible. So to some extent, it's true, isn't it, that we who think that buildings talk are in an extreme minority, who think that buildings are a medium for the most highest and most ambitious sort of philosophical, intellectual, and emotional conversation. This minority group do occupy a kind of salon right? And the salon can be rightly accused of an astonishing level of insensitivity and exclusivity to the outside. But that, it seems to me, doesn't yet invalidate the potential of that space, in as much as it is, weirdly enough, a kind of space of exception to consider and to dream about the world differently. And in that sense, I would just conclude with just an observation about Charles, that those of you who knew him, he had no shame, as far as I'm aware of. He hadn't, what Freud might call there was no superego that said, I don't think you should maybe say that. So he just was so excited and so thrilled with almost anything he would ever encounter. He never encountered something that couldn't be placed in the drawing or couldn't be swallowed by the drawing. He himself was inside the drawing. So he kind of almost wanted you in there as well. The only thing that I ever saw him angry about, and I was the cause of that anger, so it's the only time I have ever witnessed, he always used to call me Squiggly Wiggly. And he was annoyed that at a certain moment in history, I was talking about things that he should have talked about before me. So he went to some lengths to say that he had. And I lied and said, yeah, I'm sure you did. And he actually got 3 or 4 books out of this moment, not because of me, but his just realizing that his drawings were slightly out of sync. And there was a lot of stuff that needed to be included, and he included it really fast. But it's the first time I ever saw him sort of like on edge. And it was literally like somebody saying, I forgot to be at the drawing board for the last 2 years, and I forgot to draw this, but I can do it, and I will do it. And I subsequently, very, very recently, have discovered that he did have an article, specifically I'm talking about deconstruction and so on. There's a very, very early article where he makes an association between Frank Gehry and deconstruction. I don't think the description of Frank Gehry or of deconstruction is in any way interesting. Why would one want that? But it exists, and it's very, very early. So again, to compliment Charles for being a very, very sensitive, open, kind of humorous figure with a kind of implausible affection for pretty much everything, especially ideas. And it makes perfect sense that he ends up making gardens, because if this was a landscape, of course, it will become a kind of occupiable landscape. So it's for me quite thrilling that, and much more interesting than this image, that one could go to Scotland and hang out, as it were, inside Charles. Thanks.
Right. From 2004, Charles Jencks was a continuous advisor for my now 18-year-long architectural project on diagrams. We worked together on a book I wrote in 2010 called The Diagrams of Architecture, predictably, in which Charles wrote an essay about his and others' evolutionary diagrams. Around 2004, 2005, I had the idea of a 3D digital version of his evolutionary diagram, which Charles agreed to do and later produced tests for with William Richards, which were first published in my book, which we launched in this very room in 2010. So it's I feel like I'm kind of going back, but also going forward. And interestingly, Charles placed me, so this is the 2012 version. Interestingly, Charles placed me twice in this diagram. So I'm here twice. So in the circles on the left, once in the patterns of ornament section, and once in the bottom for the new paradigm of architecture. Charles located himself in the Charles located himself in the blue circle, and added me twice in the chronogram I produced this year. Let's just move forward. So there we go. So I'm there at on the side, and Charles put himself there in the landform section. In the chronogram I produced this year on digital architectures with Mario Carpo, which is a film diagram exhibited upstairs, we positioned Charles in red for his cosmic architectures and diagrams. Mark Wigley is located in blue, and Beatrice Colomina is actually there. If you look just on the far left, I didn't know you were going to be here, otherwise I would have circled you. So we're all here, to Charles and Mark and Beatrice, we're all here. And we can talk about this later, but you've been commandeered as post-humanists, and so post-digital, post-humanists. Don't ask me why we separated you and why we put you there, but anyway, you're there, so you should feel pleased about that. The main question I address today is asked by Jencks himself. And this question is found in a Word document from May 2019 titled Words on Mirror in Cosmic House, Size and Characters and Place. This document formed, along with other hand-drawn diagrams and notes, the brief for the final work on the cosmic house, which is the basement ceiling diagram. More on this later. In that same document, Charles asks, where, if anywhere, on the power of words and spoken or written language, but where, so this is the main question, so pay attention, where, if anywhere, is Charles Jencks in his diagrams? I locate Charles in 7 different areas of his diagrams. In 1996, he locates himself in the 1985 section, so he goes back in time anachronistically, in his section of his diagram in the symbolic architecture zone, which is here. So location 1. Charles can be identified as outlined in the very gaps as absences as much as the forms and relationships between the words in his diagrams. These delimit him and his projects as the silhouettes of his morphing and shifting figures of the space-times of his diagrams. In 1996, Jencks cites himself within the diagram of his own house, now a real house diagram called the thematic house, which is, of course, the postmodern house, which is an architectural interface to postmodern architecture and its histories, theories, and futures, a 5-dimensional, inhabitable, postmodern space-time diagram. So location number 2, Charles dwells in the evolving and growing oeuvre of his collective diagrams, not individual diagrams, which drive his architectural project right up until 2019. In 2000, Charles migrates himself simultaneously to the postmodern blob, and then later in the space-time of his diagram to the architectural, so there we go. So he locates himself twice here, back in time and then forward in time. So the postmodern blob, and then later at the bottom in the biomorphic architecture blob. So location number 3, Charles is situated in the ways he places and then replaces himself simultaneously through the multiple architectural spacetimes of these diagrams, through diachronic contradictions and paradoxes latent in these seemingly linear diachronic diagrams, which is itself a key feature of postmodern spacetimes. In 2012, finally, so the last version of this, he has jumped to the critical modernism stream and landing in the landforms zone for his work on strange attractors, diagram sculptures pretending to be landscapes. So location number 4, Charles self-positions, not just in individual diagrams, but outside of these in his diagram project as a whole, which was then at that point expanded beyond architecture and books into a multidisciplinary diagrammatic system, network, process, and method, and built projects. So location number 5, Charles virtually teleports through the space-time wormholes and quantum tunnels of his own diagrams, in which he exists at the far left, as Mark has pointed out, in the margins and empty edges, on and then just off the diagrams, time warping himself proleptically using projective, permutational, predictive, and speculative instrumentalizations and operationalizations on and of architectural histories, theories, and futures. I think all those types of theory are really what you hear later referred to as the post-critical. In 2018, the thematic house was launched into outer space the minute it becomes the now publicly cosmic house. Details of the cosmic house diagram include diagrammatic domestications of Western and Eastern philosophy, the elements, the seasons, the solar system, history from ancient Egypt onwards, sciences, maths, and art history. These include references from China, India, South America, Polynesia. Importantly, he inverts these together with the solar system and diagrammatologically into his own residence. So location number 6, Charles now fully occupies the cosmic house diagram, which is the solar system, particularly, I would say, in the library and the desks, which he deploys as, through, and for diagrams. His final design project, designed and built together with Lily Jencks, is a three-dimensional diagram of the cosmos. So we're going beyond the solar system now, on the ceiling of the basement of the cosmic house, designed in 2019. So these are the diagrams that were found, what he left on his desk in the cosmic house for the cosmic house ceiling. Final location, number 7. In 2020, Charles can be tracked into this built three-dimensional ceiling diagram, which is integrated into the cosmic house architecture. So to conclude, this ceiling diagram completes his designs on the cosmic house, not at the top, but inverted into the basement, into the fundamentals, into the foundations, infusing architecture itself with the cosmos through his cosmogenic cosmology and cosmography in and with the new and known architectures of the universe itself. Jencks partly then resides in his multiverse of the universe itself as a diagram where he is simultaneously at home in the universe as much as in architecture and the diagram itself. Jencks's diagram project evolved through over 60 decades and designed, redesigned and built architectures and their histories, theories and futures as, through, into and for, and this is the bit where you really have to concentrate, this is the last technical bit, the metamedia, meta-architectural, meta-interfaces of his mediagrams of manifold space-times of the pluriverse itself. Thank you very much.
I'm not going to give the same lecture, just so you but this is a rare opportunity for me and a really welcome break from what I've been involved in. So I joined the AA just over a year ago, and I think that the last few weeks in particular, I'm in a storm of trying to work out strategic plans, strategic frameworks. I think everyone I see is sort of asking me what the big idea is. And then that is, of course, combined with a kind of geopolitical situation that is challenging, to say the least. And I think this brings me to a moment where actually the opportunity to talk about something like how does one conceptualize this kind of complex soup of architectural thought, of society, and then of the AA is a wonderful opportunity to step back and to really ask kind of what are we doing here? I think that I kind of, without disappointing, I think we had a conversation, I think Mark Garcia said, so I hear you want to diagram the AA. Not quite sure where I said that, and I'm not quite sure I want to. I'm also not quite sure that's possible. I was also saying this morning that it's a little bit like I keep opening cupboards and finding things that I then kind of want to close the cupboard again and walk away. And I think that's something fantastically magical about this place. So really the question of where we are now, the extent to which this really unusual institution, us kind of clustered in a room like we are today, is an opportunity to think of this ebb and flow of thought, the ebb and flow of the voices that have influenced that, and the way in which we come together. Who we are when we are in this space is so essential, and yet we're part of this continuum. The other difficult thing is that every year we kind of start to think about kind of what are we talking about? So we're in the process, or we're in the business of talking about architecture, its past, its present, and its future. We expect our students to have an understanding of a body of work and a body of thought that enables them to produce some kind of response. We expect them to be instrumental in the issues of today, to be kind of forces for good. But we also expect them to have wonderful and dreamlike visions of potential futures. This all sits against the problem of the canon. We can't teach the canon. In some ways, the wonderful plurality of the AA, and in some ways, what the fantastic things that are captured in Charles's diagrams, is that there's no clear way to teach architecture. And this we come up against year after year after year. And yet, if we don't teach something, something perhaps fundamental. Where do we find the points of collision, or even, that's not even a word, kind of the confused conflict, the confused coming together, the kind of collective spirit that gives us a grounding to begin to react against. So stepping back and actually thinking about the diagram and wondering about the influence of a place like the AA, whether indeed something like the unit system has an influence on that thinking, has an influence on the kind of plurality that really characterized the heyday of the AA, really its postmodern moment. I also started wondering where the spaces of this kind of wonderful institution, it's not really an institution, it's just a school, it's an association, begin to influence this kind of thinking. Sometime over Christmas, I started wondering how on earth we teach history and theory, and when, again, whether we teach some fundamental ideas, whatever they may be, however global their concerns, however far back in history we may step, and to what extent can we have those conversations? And it became a question of practicality. We have this room, and this is the largest room we have. There's a restaurant underneath, there's the barrel vault up there, which I'll show you in a moment. But fundamentally, this school is composed of rooms about the size of what you see here. It's incredibly difficult to get more than 15 to 20 people into a space. So the conversations that are generated in the physical framework of the AA are necessarily plural. We can't have a collective conversation. We can't be 1,000 people in a room. There's no space here we can bring the whole school together. Now, maybe that's a problem, but I think that actually it's a very characteristic asset to the way in which we then force ourselves to think slightly differently. Rather than kind of going through the archive, I took the liberty of just wandering around the school, taking photographs. Well, this is actually 3 units in one space up in the barrel vault. It's a unique situation. It's one of the few times that units share space. It's not ideal, it's very noisy, it's very difficult to get work done. But this is a kind of, singular moment of collectivity, and begins to speak to some other issues that kind of, I suppose, underpin the difficulty of producing that diagram, and the difficulty of reflecting on the relationship between Charles's fantastic diagrams and how they reveal certain tendencies that perhaps we have to move away from. I think that there's a question of the value of plurality in the 2020s, what that plurality means within the context of a unit structure that has been facing a lot of challenges. As you may be aware, the unit system is also now seen to be a kind of adversarial environment that is no longer appropriate. It's linked to ideas of kind of conflict, gendered modes of communication that perhaps we've moved away from. But I think what's actually captured in the diagrams is something quite different. I think that what you see and what has been picked up on is not just the multiplicity of thought that is contained within those blobs, but there's also a genealogy. And when I was looking back about what people said about Alvin Boyarsky, who's often kind of misattributed to the unit system, is that it wasn't so much that it was just the unit system of promoting certain kinds of ideas, but that there was an understanding that those ideas had a kind of genealogy. So there would be people who would come through the school their ideas would become particularly prominent. He had apparently a good nose for sniffing out the talent in the students that came out of those ideas. So actually there was a sort of natural heritage of groups of thought. These were not individuals with a single idea. They were communities, they were families of ideas that understood a common ground. And I think perhaps that's what we need to get back to. Beyond the function of space and the inability to really come together, there still is the opportunity to kind of cultivate the genealogy that we have here, to kind of understand the gloopy nature that I think is contained in the first drawing. I kind of go back to one of the things I said when I first stood up here as a public function upon the big presentation days attached to the election. And I described the AA not as a series of islands, but a sort of archipelagos where actually ideas could start to aggregate together. And yet we would still have kind of outliers that could float like little pontoons, that could float away or actually join the crowd. But we needn't necessarily tie them in. So there's a slightly messy and wonderful thing that can happen at a place like the AA, where we can begin to kind of shy away from being totally explicit about, I suppose, stamping our ideas in a particularly voracious way, but we can also have an appetite for a degree of debate. I still feel we have a problem with beginning to really ground ourselves in a common conversation. And I think that's what I'm really trying to do, is to understand what ideas can we share? How can we do that in a humane and respectful way? How does that come out of the kind of multiplicity of conversations that we should really cultivate? So do I diagram the AA? That's a really difficult question. I'll come to some really shoddy drawings that I've produced over the period of years. This is another of the precious spaces, potentially vulnerable. We had a moment where we were slightly worried it might collapse. It's not going to. So before I joined, this is a terrible, please forgive, these are like little iPad drawings. I tried to work out how the function of the AA worked. I then have thrown this away. Oh, please don't photograph it. It's but trying to understand how all the bits came together. It's definitely not this ordered. It's definitely a bit of a mess. I think the way in which we draw, call them diagrams or not, are kind of instrumental to the way in which we have conversations. The image on the right is a conversation I was having with the students who wanted to make sure that they had a place to begin to put posters up. They kept on being taken off walls because we just painted them, and I was told they were being censored. So this was a kind of a quick image of where we could actually put some posters. It seems like a banal thing, but the way in which we have those conversations. Then the one on the left is just a quick sketch of how we might set up the project's review at the end of the year. Again, where do spaces and ideas come together? Where does CAPS, this is on the left, is a quick mapping of how PhD progression might work. On the right, whether or not actually kind of research methods might hang together. My point being that actually the way in which we draw and describe things becomes actually that moment of aggregation, of collective thinking, the way in which we can start to group ideas rather than to kind of separate them, to acknowledge their difference. This last image is, I hope, relatively amusing, but actually I think speaks to a deeper problem that we have in a kind of contemporary educational culture. To a large extent, I think that our students are somewhat paralyzed in the kind of fantastic spectrum of ideas. I think that we have a degree of claiming to be self-conscious, but unself-conscious, but also logical. We're facing immediate issues that seem to be much, much more important than what has come before, or what is potentially a speculative future. And then I think this kind of becomes a tremendously challenging, and it tends to be producing a kind of creative work that's very limited. So many of the questions come around the modes of how we teach. Now, I think that I'm in the business of trying to keep that spectrum open, to kind of begin to understand that a really good understanding of what has come before is essential to finding our space within the conversation, an understanding of where we sit within an ethical framework, within a socio-political framework of what is happening now in relation to also climate crisis is absolutely critical. But also we can't forget the disruptive thinking that characterized the best work perhaps that has come out of the school. It would come from a place of confidence where one can really take risk. Risk is incredibly difficult for people to take right now. This last slightly sad diagram is what I did. I was trying to work out how units operated. Because actually a lot of what I do on the day-to-day is to make sure that students are kind of tended to. Now, the different, I've mixed this up so you can't sort of count down and try and work out which unit is which. But it relates to degrees of freedom, degrees of structure, degrees of care, and degrees of communication. So you'll see on the far left, I can't really point to this, but no. You'll see a sort of cluster on the left about a fifth of the way down. This is a unit that has pretty much no freedom, little structure, little communication or care. So that's probably a problem. And then the ones to, there's a few, I think at the very bottom, there's one that has a lot of freedom, a lot of structure, a lot of care, and a lot of communication. But this then becomes a kind of pastoral infrastructure, which then I hope begins to give us the space, the level of confidence, the level of freedom, where that disruptive thinking can start once again. I think that owes a lot to the kind of way in which we have conceptualized the past, the way in which the AA has conceptualized itself, and I hope we can move forward with some positivity in the future. So So this beautiful diagram I'll leave you with, and perhaps escape this. So thank you so much.
We did ask Marina and Ed, just as a kind of interlocutors today, to prepare a short response and a question before we open it up.
Yeah, I mean, there are so many Jencks specialists in this room. I mean, I really coming to this from my own particular angle, which is through working in the archives at the AA and thinking about archival diagrams and how you organise knowledge within an archive and how that, of course, conditions how you access it. It conditions emissions, and but also, like Charles's diagram, it projects into the future. And so really, I just want to make a couple of really fairly obvious kind of observations from that standpoint. I mean, I think we've seen, as has been said, Charles's diagram is a somewhat playful attempt to, in one sense, to disrupt the kind of hierarchy that's embedded in the Bannister-Fletcher model that was so dominant, and which is also dominant in archival structures. Our lantern slide and our photographic collection that goes, from the 1920s up to probably 1980s, 90s, still bears that hierarchical structure and the terminology and the vocabulary that comes from that. So Charles Jencks is disrupting that kind of approach to a certain extent, but I do know, it's clear the language continues this kind of Darwinian language in a way, the evolution diagram, the genealogy, and time is very present. It's a kind of progression through time, and that, for me, that's something that's really interesting, because in archives cataloguing the last maybe 20 years, they started the idea is to try and move away from the focus, not on narrative as such, which is fairly obvious, but to move the focus towards connections and relationships, which obviously Charles is doing here. And I'm just very curious what your thoughts are on that, and hopefully what the new diagrams that we see later on react to that. So, thank you.
It would be great to have, Mark, you might also, in responding to that, and it also respond a little bit, thank you, maybe Mark, in Wiggly. Wiggly to start, is that on? Yes? To start, Mark, also in thinking about genealogies and thinking about Ingrid's presentation and how we start to kind of be true and teach those genealogies without falling into traps. Obviously, you have been teaching and running Columbia for a long time and have thought a lot about this. So kind of maybe you could respond to both.
Well, I love Ed's question, which is, I think to me it's really precise and direct. Also, this is another chance to thank Ed for one of the drawings I showed. The beautiful scan, but also learning with Ed through the archives of Jencks's own role in the construction of this world in which Alvin and the unit system become the kind of currency. He was, as we learned, very active in the conversations and on the committee that kind of mobilized this. So the theory of this sort of multiverse, or whatever it is written into the archives of the AA as a kind of way of organizing a school. So it's not like it's like this. It was that, and I learned that through working with Ed, and also, but I understand the question is kind of really direct. Like, okay, in the future with archives, what would be the best way to kind of organize in a way that doesn't suffer from the exclusivity, the violent exclusivity that's built into all narratives. So I'm being kind of pompous. History, historia, is narrative, is story, and every story has its violence. So in a way, the question is very pointed, because the archive will be here 300 years from now. So how do you set up the archive in such a way that you allow for other kinds of story? And so when Ed was speaking, I was thinking, yeah, well, what if, and he said, moving away from narrative towards connections, and I was tempted, well, yeah, can we think of a kind of post-narrative discourse about architecture in which the word history would be itself unacceptable because history couldn't escape evolutionary thinking, genetic thinking, which is also exclusive and so on. So I think for me, the idea of imagining an archive that would incubate that. And then my second thought is, well, of course, it would have to start there. Like you couldn't sort of, as it were, wait for this more enlightened, way of making discourse to be possible. You would actually construct an archive that would itself be a kind of school for post-narrative. And trouble is post-narrative, that's a narrative coming after narrative, right? So you just start to critique the way we think. Maybe I don't know if the word archive will survive, right? Because maybe instead of the school being a laboratory, an experimental laboratory, and the archive being the repository of the experiments, maybe it gets reversed, and the archive is an electrifying strain. And for us who are scholars, that's what it is. It's a space of mystery and confusion and secrets and smells, and it's quite sexual, by the way. It's not at all boring for us, and spend our lives there. So maybe to think of the space of documents as a kind of generator of extraordinary possibilities, and to make schools, as it were, live up to the quality of the archive. And I think about this a lot because part of my responsibilities at Columbia was the Avery Library. The School of Architecture at Columbia is inside the library, not the other way around. The building was meant to be only for the books. Turned out it was not strong enough for the books, so the guest, which is the architecture school, got to stay. So we are not simply over, but inside the library. So to some extent, the school has been conceived of as a kind of extension or a prosthetic arm of or a division of the library. So I think rethinking archives, but I wouldn't surprise me that Ed would have a better idea than me. And I think that's he will deny it, but I think that's the nature of things. I want to touch one other thing about if you want to extract evolutionary thinking from our discourse, it's astonishing how much goes out. This is not just spring cleaning. This is like cleaning itself can't be done, ethnic cleansing, right? Cleaning, right? So basically a kind of an attempt to resist evolutionary thought is really a massive project for thinking. Now, and to me, it could be a more interesting and more politically urgent project than identifying specific exclusions, racializations, class, opportunities, identities, and so on. Individually, the individual project might need to somehow, or all those individual projects need to kind of aim for the bigger discourse. And since you so kindly put Beatrice and I in the post-human category, Beatrice and I are now devoted to bacteria as a kind of. It seems to me if you think of bacteria as the clients, right? If you start with that position, since that's all we are anyway, that's a very efficient way to undo. Because when people speak evolution, they're really speaking the evolution of the human. If you want to talk evolution, you want to hang out with evolutionary biologists, suddenly you're in a radical zone of production and destruction and so on that does not in any way allow for one story or one situation. It's incredibly unclear. So the short-lived human species has been an interesting kind of project for architects to think about, but it might be useful to move on from that. And that, again, going back to the archive, okay, let's ask the question of bacteria of the AA archive, not just the usual question, like how does it smell and what kind of organisms live there, but really what are the bacterial traces in what is documented there. And for me, this is just a way of, or at least for Beatrice and I, it's a way of loosening up and trying to think otherwise. And for us, that's urgent. Like, this is not just, and by the way, if you're worried about climate change, that's not what's going to kill us. It's bacterial diversity in your gut. That's what's going to wipe us out. So if you care about the planet and you care about people, you start thinking about bacteria right away. It's urgent. Sorry for this manifesto.
You care about the diversity in your microbiome.
Yeah, because it's going down fast.
Ingrid, did you? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a very. I mean, maybe I'm speaking to Ed. I mean, obviously, Ed knows me very well. I think that we're in the middle of starting this project to digitize the Department of Tropical Architecture and to begin to kind of seek out the graduates from that program and to understand where that thinking that was quite specific and very much of its time and very much a kind of. I wouldn't say proselytizing, but it was one form of thinking about architecture that was then proliferated all over the global south. What then happens to it when it's let free? And what are the implications for the way in which we think about that tradition? Which is then, of course, vital to the way in which we think about educating an international cohort. So I think in terms of, an evolution, there's kind of an evolution that gets away from its kind of controlling factors. There's something in that I feel very positive about, whether or not that's with bacteria or not. But I think if I link bacteria to biodiversity, I think there's a risk that our architecture schools are losing their biodiversity. And I think for this very reason, I think going to Cosmic House, that is an example of a kind of enriched biodiversity contained in space and within objects that I think a lot of students are unable to identify with, where the issue of that understanding from the archival knowledge, from historical knowledge, from whether that be narrative or not, is distrusted to the extent that it cannot then also lead to an architecture. Architecture is a kind of a lame kind of problem-solving exercise that happens at the end of knowledge. And I think that, again, is acting as a kind of antiseptic. Mm-hmm. So I'm hoping that putting the archive as a catalyst could be quite interesting.
Do you want to respond to that now? Or?
I could do, yeah. My immediate thoughts when you were mentioning the archive, which is also a library, also an index, is how the diagram might relate to that. And of course, libraries are interfaces to knowledge. They're also synecdoches, which is a type of diagram, species of diagram, for an institution itself. And I think that the key decisions are what you collect, what you keep, and what you throw away. And we know throwing things away now is a very dangerous, bad thing to do, possibly. But the main question for me is how do physical libraries compete with the internet? Because students now use their iPhones and use their iPad. They don't go to the library in general. So one possibility is what can an architecture school archive? And one thing I always found sad and a bit tragic is that they don't have enough space to keep the models and the physical materials. And so if one thinks how might School of Architecture archival library compete with the internet, it might be something physical, which sounds strangely old-fashioned and retrogressive. Actually, because of sustainability issues, it might be the best thing that you can do. The other question is the digital. How can the physical archival library compete with the digital now? Where we don't. One of the key librarians, what labours is in taxonomizing, not just maintaining that taxonomy, but possibly evolving that taxonomy. Though evolution is a disputed, contested category, so I'm just going to park that and just leave that aside. I think that the two things that I didn't want to discuss, one was the definition of the diagram, which always leads to a fight, and evolution. So I think nowadays, how can the librarian or the student or the user of the library search, don't sort, which allow, and of course now with AI, we have the possibility to have totally custom libraries that are personal to each individual student. So where does that leave the future of the library in the School of Architecture? Well, there are certain technologies that might keep it living, as it were. Is that in intensive care? I don't know. But one is mixed reality that can add a layer of information, which currently isn't there in a physical space. The other one is the sixth dimension. Perhaps we need six-dimensional archives and libraries. That's to say, the fourth dimension is time, the fifth dimension is interactivity, and the sixth dimension is intelligence. And you can see what's coming. What is AI going to do to the librarian? Will it kill the librarian? Will it kill the archive? Will it kill the archivist? In a project I did recently with for my AD on post-human architecture, I asked an AI, what is post-human architecture? And a number of questions around that. So it was automatically spatializing and providing a history and a theory and a future of what post-human architecture is. So, but as a librarian, it's hugely flawed. It could be the best librarian or the best archivist in the future, and perhaps in that sense we won't need an archive or a library. It'll be something else. There might still be a room for it, an immersive kind of six-dimensional kind of room where you go in. A bit like the holodeck in Star Trek, which is possibly the best library or archive I can imagine at this point. It was a complex. The results of using an AI as a code theorist, code-diagrammer, and code futurologist were mixed. Sometimes it was like working with the genius. Other times we broke it and it became deranged and demented. Though it's kind of savant-like qualities, could both surprise and infuriate. And frankly, some of the results were ridiculous, which I presume most archivists and librarians in schools of architecture also are.
Thanks, Mark. Marina.
Thank you. Can you all hear me? Yeah. Thank you, Lily, and thank you all of you for providing that space to be here and actually discuss all these issues and going from our elimination because of bacteria to the physicality, the elimination of the physicality of the archive. I would like just to go back and dwell a bit on some of the words. We talked about drawing, Mark talked about drawing and making of the drawing and the diagram. And I would like to introduce perhaps another word, writing here, because in one way, especially if we consider that the drawing in the discipline was introduced in the early treatises in order to translate, visualize an ideal, a vision, not what was there, but to bring into light, if I may say, an ideal of society, an ideal social order, right? And also in this way, it was to define and write and draw the boundaries of the discipline, both acknowledging its autonomy, but also its multiple engagements with all other disciplines, all other practices, all external historical and social realities. And since then, it seems to me that that's what we are doing. We write and rewrite, we draw and redraw the lines to try to demarcate our boundaries of our practice, of our disciplines, of the ways we teach. And in this context, in that interior we have created, of course, history comes to legitimize and to support a position, right, an argument. So in one way, in these drawings or diagrams, names, concepts, practices are being introduced or mentioned in order to support a theoretical argument, in order to support our way of thinking where we are now, what is the role of our practice, of our discipline, how we position ourselves within this bubble, within this interior, but also how that may interact or how we can internalize other practices and other processes. And the question of how and by what process we have arrived at the point we are now, I believe it's the the issue at stake, right? And this is what is constantly being drawn and redrawn and visualized. But I would like just to ask, and of course this will continue, and if I see the titles for the afternoon session, cross sections in the now and projections into history, I mean, I think that's yet another attempt to compose somehow to compose an image. As you said, it's not a drawing, in your text, it's an image, it's an aesthetic image, to compose an image. And that becomes a very visual and very powerful argument, right? A statement. And although there is the necessity to remain and to be in a critical dialogue with the imminent past, right? But do we still need to make all part of a complex order? Even if that's called evolution or evolving series, still it's one synthesis, which is a very modernist principle, right? Do we still need to define, to compose and define a new paradigm? We need to, as I said, there is the necessity to remain in a critical dialogue and to draw and redraw the lines and write and rewrite the boundaries. But just I wanted to question whether that has to end suggesting or proposing yet another paradigm or yet another complete vision or synthesized vision of the world and of our agency, of course, in the world. Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Thank you, Marina. That's a really interesting question, I think, and key to some of the ideas and problems around Charles's diagrams that people immediately, the encyclopedic nature, and that everybody's in there, can never be outside of it. Mm-hmm. I'd love to hear your responses.
No, it was very. It was important for me to hear what you were saying, and if I understood right, the last point was that if we continue to imagine that we need to produce a new paradigm, then we are inside an evolutionary argument which says that we must continually. So we are basically still with Vitruvius, looking to make a better column or something like this. And I think this is a very profound, important observation. In the Jencks drawing, it at one moment sort of makes it appear as if every moment of history has the same value, but it's not quite that way. There's an emphasis towards the right. So there is a kind of teleology. There is a sense of kind of enlightenment project that we continue to perfect the situation, but we continue to perfect the same thing. And so I think also it's striking that when you say, do we need another new paradigm, and new paradigm, these are kind of language of Jencks as well. At a certain moment, he's hooked with this idea of the paradigm. So for me, very profound what you're saying, and maybe then also might imply, if we do keep redrawing, to imagine a drawing that does not have an idealized future or an idealized past. And then something else was going through my head again. So this is like a therapy session. It's always therapy to be at the AA, but so think about that in terms of Bannister Fletcher. So a couple of observations. One is that the explicit racialization of the diagram of Fletcher is in no way shocking, is entirely natural in the British colonial context in which it was drawn. It was just a kind of non-controversial expression of the kind of colonial project. So what's really shocking is not that, but how it sat in textbooks in our field for so long. To be more precise, it was the standard textbook in the subcontinent, which is one of the primary victims of the diagram. There's a less than human occupant. So what's really shocking is that it took so long for the violence of the diagram to even be question. My first experience of that was an article in Assemblage. Okay, very fast. Okay. So what's shocking is what is not the act. I would only point to the fact that Bannister Fletcher not only produced that book, but also produced the key textbook of sanitary engineering. So why not consider this diagram as a kind of a sanitary reform diagram? It's about the cleansing of the discipline. Sanitary reform in England was explicitly racialized. The dirt, the shit was the disease. Again, typhoid, India, right? So there is a kind of a bigger initiative here. We can't just look at styles and so on. We have to look at technologies and think more deeply. And of course, as a member of the Bacteria Union, that's the moment in which bacteria are being identified as the hidden agent to deal with. So for me, rather than go to some future or to some deep distant past, I would choose still a moment, more or less, end of 19th century, beginning of 20th century, where modernity itself is still at stake. Because implied in your question is, well, what's with the idea of modernity now? Is this itself a risky venture, which would render any new paradigm? It's just only a matter of time to identify the violence of the next new paradigm and so on. So I really appreciate the observation.
Thank you. Before I have to go and address the school community, I think there's a. Am I on? No. Am I on?
Just try now.
Is that better? Okay. Very, very briefly. So I think I have a little bit of resistance to the diagram because I'm slightly nervous about this idea of tidying everything up, or providing a single kind of conceptual framework for what we do. I'm always reminded of, David Graeber's Bullshit Jobs, this idea of the tendency to find and order data as an ever-expanding kind of bureaucratization of society that leads to where we are now. It also infers a level of truth, and I think that's always a bit dubious. Now, that can be a conversation for not just today, but over many, many months, I'm sure. To oversimplify things, I've always told students that there tends to be sort of 2 or 3 modes of thinking. It's a really oversimplification, so please forgive me. But when you start to explain architectural history or architectural theory, I always say that essentially there's people who are trying to tidy everything up, and there's people who are trying to describe the kind of complexity that exists. And then there's a sort of slight sidetrack to that who are trying to describe that complexity by disrupting or distorting it, therefore throwing it into relief. It's a condition that I would say is modern in the historical sense of the word, and that it's part of the modern period, or part of modernity. And then, talking about kind of sort of 16th century, 17th century onwards. And I think that that's something really critical. And I don't think that's going to go away. The world is chaotic. The world is complex. That's a wonderful thing. That's a terrifying thing. And we're not going to stop trying to make sense of it. And I hope we can carry on doing that through an architecture. But I think we have to share something to be able to carry on that conversation together. And I slightly fear that there's a privilege of the individual unit, the individual person, where they're not sharing a body of knowledge, they're not sharing a body of understanding in order to even start to shape an understanding of that chaos. Not to be negative.
Okay, my first response to your question is how new? And do we just need one new paradigm? How many paradigms is too many or too few? And when is a new paradigm just an old one with a slight difference, or totally radically new one? I'll spare you my messing with the word paradigm, but you can see where I'd go with that. In my own view is that yes, we do need a new paradigm. So I'm just going to accept your question on its own terms, and I would say that the new paradigm needs to be more equal, more diverse, and more inclusive. And for me, that new paradigm is post-humanism. So beyond the human and more than the human. And so for me, I would say it's already here. We just need to grow it. post-human EDI is the EDI, in my view.
Does not the post-human contradict with the idea of paradigm?
No, because there are many post-humanities, which just complicates things further, but I'll leave things there.
Okay, we should wrap up. Thank you so much, everyone. I think we do have a commitment to the difficult whole here, but we accept that it's difficult. And this afternoon, we're going to move back the afternoon panels to start at 2 p.m. and more of the conversation will continue, so look forward to seeing you there.
So just a few words before we begin. Beatrice, Colomine and myself just received a message from Emily Apter, who's the wife of Tony Vidler, that Tony passed away a few hours ago. And so we're a bit shaken by this. If you don't know, Tony was 2 years or so fighting and teaching. So he's is and always will be a very special spirit, but especially in this room, and to many of us in this room, he was either directly or indirectly a teacher. And so for me, the strong emotion is that we continue to do what we are here to do, which is to talk about these diagrams. And precisely in so doing, we honor Tony Vidler, who more than anyone else I know, inside the academic context, relished being alongside people that threatened him intellectually. So he was that very rare person that wanted to be in the most difficult of circumstances and engage. And this is exactly what happens here. So I think we do that. But I think as friends of Tony, and those of you who don't know Tony, it's a good chance to read. He was a non-boring writer. Again, a relatively small category in our field, and a tremendous spirit. But more than anything else, he was a teacher. He was a teacher to me. Part of my life, I lived with Tony in an apartment. That was something. Up until a few days ago, Tony's eyes would light up once you got into some serious gossip. And gossip for Tony was not who did what to whom, but which ideas and which students are doing what work, what PhD was just finishing, and so on. So this was a lovely, lovely person. And we thought that those of you who knew him, it gives you a chance to think it through in the afternoon. But maybe we can dedicate the afternoon to Tony. And he has a book that he said was almost finished. I think we will try to make sure you can read it. It was very special. It had a lot to do with London. I think more and more in his mind, he was kind of returning to England and to this place, not just this place, but also Cambridge and other places where he was. But so this afternoon is sadly for Tony. But it will be an insult to Tony that we kind of hang our heads down. For Tony, we talk, we argue, we gossip in real time about Jencks diagrams and so on. So just passing on what is actually heartbreaking. But, broken hearts, there are many. Vidler, there was just one.
Your short speech, and we'll try to keep continuing and hold our heads up. I know that for many of our panelists as well, Tony has been a close friend and a very important reference, so we'll just continue the afternoon in his memory, as you suggest. My name is Esther Sterhofer. I'm director of the Jencks Foundation, and for those of you who have not joined the morning session, just a very short summary. So this is the Symposium Chronograms of Architecture that we have been collectively working on in the past year with so many amazing minds and collaborators. It is
also collaboration across various different organizations. So the Jencks Foundation initiated the project together with Efflux Architecture, and now we are collaborating together with the Architecture Association, which is such a wonderful place to return to, because it was a place where Charles used to lecture, and there's a lot of shared histories. In fact, the very first diagram was ever published at the AA. So it's when you go up, we will have 3 more panels in the afternoon, and there is an exhibition opening in the front members room at 6:30. So I hope that many of you will be able to join us for the reception, and you will be able to see the exhibition, also including some archival material and that first poster in question that Charles published together with the AA. So just very quickly summarizing, it feels that there is obviously so much continuity between the first panel that we had this morning and the afternoon discussion. I'm very sure that there will be a lot of points that we will continue and pick up on. Charles's diagram, chronogram, has been described in so many ways, as drawings, as maps, as chronograms. Probably they are all of those things. They are maybe maps in a way that they are trying to map out a certain kind of history, but they are also drawings that they are projecting certain ideas in the future. So they are this very interesting hybrid. And today's 2 big panels in the afternoon, the second one is going to be chaired by Nick Axel from Efflux, are bringing together the 6 new commissions that we commissioned in the framework of Chronograms of Architecture. They are relational in response to the Jencksian diagrams, but kind of perhaps looking at all those blanks that are left out or not even inside that landscape. So the 2 panels are organized around how the 6 diagrams, their attitude toward time, temporality, and history, and how this is visualized. So we're looking at time and temporality and history. The title of this panel is Projections into History. And I would say that probably it is something that you might be disputing later on, which I'm very much looking forward to. And in some ways, we are looking at timelines. Charles's diagram was a timeline in some ways. We have been discussing about this earlier. It was not only looking back at the past, but it was also projecting into the future, even though if it is not necessarily implying a linear reading of time, and there's an attempt to breaking with the very hierarchical and monolithic rendering of modernist linear time, and kind of arguing against that, even though today it is very easy to read it as this kind of monolithic rendering of history. So we're moving in and out of time in that sense. And, the questions that perhaps today's, this panel will be revolving around while thinking about diagramming as a research methodology, is really how do we periodize our history, and how can we resist this periodization, if at all? How do we structure knowledge about architecture? What is the use? What is the shape? What is the agency of history for us? And eventually, what is the type of history that we are actively contributing to as we are practicing? And not small questions. So I will be making very quick introductions to our panelists this afternoon. Unfortunately, as Lily in the morning has already mentioned, Mario Carpo, who together with Mark Garcia and Stephen Hutt created the prevalence of computation in architecture design, due to unforeseen circumstance, could not join us this afternoon. But we do have with us Bryony Roberts and Abriana Aiken, who have been drawing up the feminist spatial practices part 1 and continue with the part 2 as we speak. It's an ever-evolving diagram, just like Charles's evolutomes, it seems. And we do have Pierre Vittorio Aureli and Marson Corby with us, who have created the base and superstructure vulgar survey of Western architecture. We also have, so the afternoon will be structured by 2 short presentations to contextualize these 2 diagrams. And we also invited respondents, 8 tutors. So we have Maria Fredochenko with us, and Nana Biema Ofosu is also sitting with us. So thank you very much for that. So without further ado, I hand over for Pier Vittorio to start with the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you, Esther, and thank you for the organizers of the exhibition and the event. Is it okay? Can you? Yeah, okay. So thank you, Nick, manager, and Lily for inviting us and to be part of a group of very esteemed colleagues. This is not my presentation. Maybe I should. It's not mine. Great. Maybe we can do it. Yes. And of course, I want to really humbly follow up Mark in remembering Anthony Widler. I met him a few times. We were also colleagues at Yale when I was teaching there, and have incredible memories of him as a person, but also as a teacher, and of course as a writer. Yes, I can only say that he will be greatly missed, especially because among the historians I've met, Tony was one of the most eager to speak to architects. I mean, historians sometimes have a very hostile relationship with architects because, of course, historians are, they have the possibility to be more critical with architecture than we do as architects, who also have to practice this impossible profession. And I have to say, Tony was one of the few who cut some slack to architects, but in a very constructive way, also not giving up on the critical role of history. So I have to say, especially his writings on architecture and enlightenment, writing on the walls, I think for me has been an important reference for my work. So I really join Mark and I think all of you to dedicate this afternoon to his memory. So when we were invited to contribute to this task of reinterpreting or rewriting or remaking Charles Jencks' famous chronogram, I must admit that Marson, Corby, and myself, we were very hesitant because actually it's a very good piece of work. It's a very good drawing. I agree with Mark that I think we should really see it as an architectural drawing, as a project, in fact, through a drawing. And it's even impossible to us to do something, that would compete with the clarity and also the graphic appeal. Because I have to say that the power of Jencks' diagram is also their form, the visual form. For those like myself who are drawing fetishists, there is really a graphic appeal that is very powerful. So we were very much afraid to do something that would, of course, be a very pale follow-up. So we really tried to make something different as much as we could. And in fact, our, let's say, chronogram, as you can see, is mostly made through buildings and city plans, and actually on the top by paradigmatic examples of architects. So the idea was to avoid as much as we could, although that was not proved to not be possible, to avoid words. And we only kept actually of the Jencks diagram the chronological sequence. But we really try to use especially architectural examples. And this is also partly because the drawing was for us a reflection on pedagogy and teaching, where Marson and I have always attempted to push students to not get stuck too much in this sort of understanding of history of architecture only through names or through labels that, of course, inevitably are also useful device to tell the story, let's say, of architecture. I will briefly actually explain how the diagram works. But first of all, I would like to say that this drawing is a survey. It's a survey of architectural history from the third millennium to the present. Of course, of Western architecture. I would say a few things about that. And in a way, the drawing is rooted in my one of the events that changed my academic life exactly 10 years ago, when Brett Steele, who was then director, and Monia De Marchi, asked me to shift gears, because at that time I was teaching diploma, and I would continue to teach diploma, but they asked me to teach the first year history and theory course, which they really wanted to be a survey. So I couldn't teach my own, let's say, obsessions or interest. I had to basically introduce first-year students to basically a general survey of architecture. And I have to say that although they were not very explicit about, I think they choose me out of desperation, because of course I was not trained as an historian. But they couldn't find anyone who would be willing to teach a survey, because as you might know, a survey is a kind of teaching that doesn't allow you to specialize in one particular period or interest, and force you really to scan as much as you can let's say, the history of architecture. And of course, as you know, the survey poses a lot of problems. Especially here at the AEA, which, as Ingrid said before, is a very global school with people coming from different parts of the world. And of course, the way I was taught architectural history was very much within the Western canon. I have to say I had very great teachers of architectural history, perhaps among the best, I would say, of the last 60 years, but they never bother to venture beyond what we can call Western architectural history. And this was actually my task, and I learned actually how to teach this survey, let's say, by also making mistakes, of course. At first, I really focus on Western architecture, also because it's very difficult to apply even the concept of architecture to many building cultures, which don't even make a difference between what we call architecture and the praxis of building. So in a way, it's important that we expand the canon of architecture today, but we have to be very careful to sometimes apply categories that are very rooted in a certain traditions to cultures that work in a completely different way. And this was, for me, a constant problem, and how actually the transition from teaching a specific, let's say, tradition and a more global survey was much difficult, a very difficult pedagogical experiment. But of course, when you teach a survey, at a certain point, you also start to question your methodology. What is the method through which you teach architectural history? And here comes actually this idea of base and superstructure, which is a concept rooted in the most orthodox, if you want, version of Marxism, where the base represents modes of production, basically how society is constructed, often by the ruling class, to produce and reproduce themselves in a certain specific way. And within Marxism, this is really what determines everything else. And everything else, in fact, is ideology. So professions, institutions, ideas that are often meant to reinforce how actually the base work. Of course, within liberal historiography of architecture, this very crude, if you want, method has always been criticized as too deterministic and also undermining a possibility of the autonomy of our discipline. Nevertheless, I have to say that even in its most crude, let's say, dimension, base and superstructure has always helped me to help the students to contextualize the work of architecture by focusing really on architecture as such, as a building, but also as an outcome of forces that in fact produce and reproduce not only architecture, but also the possibility of architecture. This actually posits that in a way architecture is always ideology. And by the way, I don't use ideologies in a bad way. I think ideologies are inevitable in the way in which we live and dwell in the world. Depends, of course, who use and who construct ideologies. And architecture has been, until I would say recent, when other media have been more successful to deliver ideology, has been historically one of the most potent forms of reinforcing or constructing ideologies that sublimate and somehow legitimize the way modes of production actually operates. So our actually drawing is divided in three parts. In fact, the base is the modes of production, which is actually the only part where we couldn't avoid the use of words, because modes of production are totalities that are impossible to represent to specific figures or ideas. So you see the whole history of modes of production, from agriculture, handicraft, colonialism, primitive accumulation, to arrive to capitalism, industrialization, and finally the last part, the emergence of finance and real estate as one of the fundamental modes of production of our contemporary age. This base support then architecture. So in the second strip, you see drawn at the same scale a plethora of examples of architecture that more or less follow the chronology, but all these buildings are drawn at the same scale. Almost as one basically gigantic artifact that goes from the third millennium to 2023. And of course, the idea is that this architectural artifact sits on the modes of production, but we were very careful to not draw immediate and legible references. I mean, in a way, you can only read the proximities and juxtapositions. For example, you can understand that the language of classical architecture is rediscovered in the 15th, 16th century at the exact time where colonialism started to become one of the fundamental economic engine of Europe. Or you can see actually the rise of real estate when iconic buildings and star architects start to play a very important role in our industry. But in a way, we were very careful to not create too direct connections between these, let's say, within these two things. And finally, the top part is actually the role of the architect. I mean, how architects were the product of these kind of modes of production, of the kind of architecture that they were expected to design or to build within certain, let's say, conditions. So we have like 15, in fact, kind of architects that reflects their professional role, their way of designing architecture reflects, in fact, the way in which society was organized as a mode of production. Of course, we were not inventing this method. I think one of the most convincing theory of reading architectural history in these terms comes from a very famous essay written by Manfredo Tafuri in 1969 in the operaist journal Contropiano, which was also meant to be an essay that was meant to be a methodological blueprint for the work he did as an historian in the years after actually the publication of this famous article. But then the question, of course, is how we build this map as a drawing. I think the drawing aspect for us was very important. What kind of technique to use? What kind of graphic language to use in order to illustrate something that also escape the possibility of expressing graphically this history. And actually here comes what I call the analogous map. It's a kind of method that I often used with students to rewrite their own essay, especially within my diploma unit, which I taught for many years with Maria Giudici. The idea was to rewrite their own essay as a visual composition, as a sort of collage of events. For example, this is the history of urban renewal and gentrification of New York, seen through the window of John Portman Ford Foundation in the same city. So it's a kind of drawing. This is, for example, that is the history of urbanization in South Korea, seen through one of the most important emblematic type of this history, which is the apathy. So these drawings were an attempt to visualize something that otherwise is delivered through a text. And of course, next to this drawing, which we call maps, because literally they maps event as a drawing, there is always a key legend that identify the different components in very concise way with captions, in a way help the reader to decipher, let's say, the meaning of these items composed in the drawing. And of course, also in this case, we didn't invent much. There are precedents of this kind of visualization of a, let's say, a discourse or story of architecture. Perhaps the most important was Aldo Rossi's famous collage known as Città Analoga, which was done in 1976 as almost a visual representation of his book, The Architecture of the City. So he was actually using images, example, precedents in place of words. And of course, for us, was a very powerful way to try to understand how to narrate history without words, using actually precedents or archetypes. Another very important reference, of course, is the Iconografia Campi Marzio, the famous plan through which Piranesi attempted to retrace basically the plan of ancient Rome. And as you might know, this drawing was not just a plan of Rome, was also an attempt to write a history of Roman architecture in a way that it was impossible to understand the beginning and the end of this history. And in fact, as Tafuri emphasized in Piranesi's work, the very institution of history is actually put in crisis. It's actually linear legibility. And finally, a third very important reference was the cover of Sgt. Pepper Lonely Hearts Club Band, which, as you know, has been through the years a minefield for all kinds of conspiracy theories. For example, if you take the initials of a figure every 5, you have spelled the end is near. Or actually the bass that is actually Paul McCartney instrument might probably refer to the fact that apparently Paul McCartney died in 1967. And so in a way, it's a drawing which, as you know, the cover was designed by Peter Blake and his wife, John Howard. And it's a very fascinating way in which a story is deconstructed into so many items that you really have to spend time to read a drawing, almost as if you read, in fact, a text. So going back to our, let's say, chronogram, what was the story that we wanted to tell? I mean, besides, of course, giving a survey of the Western history of architecture. For us, the very core of this story was the professional role of the architect as ideological manifestation of the modes of production. First of all, a very important hypothesis for us is that the architect is not an invention of the Renaissance. In a way, architects existed also before, especially within the tradition of Western architecture, the architecture that arose in the Near East and then moved to Europe. And we were really interested to understand this professionalization of architecture in relationship to the modes of production. So we have the architect as a vizier, the architect as a chief builder, which really emerged in the 6th, 7th century ancient Greece. We have the architect as a surveyor and soldier, which actually was play a very important role in many ancient civilizations. We have the anonymity of the architect as a stone mason. And then we have the architect as intellectual, which emerged, of course, in the 15th century and signaled the split, finally, between manual and intellectual labor, a unity that was the unity between manual and intellectual labor, of course, was very important for the previous figures of the architect, especially because the architecture that was built before, in spite of its monumentality, was still conceived by people that could actually both design but also build architecture at the same time. Since the 15th century, there is a split. There is actually the emergence of the architect as an artist, so an architect that delegates all technical knowledge to other figures, like the architect as engineer, the architect as bureaucrat. But then in the 20th century, architects really try to reclaim the unity of architecture as an artistic profession, but also as architecture as a technical knowledge. So figures like Ludwig Hilberseimer and Margaret Schutte-Liotsky were really trying to achieve that for the sake of social reform. And it's interesting that to this kind of architecture that is actually done by people who had both design skill and technical skills, you really see the emergence of modernism, modern architecture, which really rests on the industrial mode of production, where in fact architecture had a very anonymous character, with few exceptions, of course, and this corresponds really to a way to design and to be an architect that really embrace this kind of anonymity. Something that entered in crisis in the last decades, when again authorship is reclaimed by architects. James Stirling, perhaps a very important case, an architect that really tried to reclaim the autonomy of architecture. And of course, this resurgence of the architect as a recognizable author corresponded to a rentier economy, where the valorization, in fact, of the city as a financial asset relies a lot on the reputation and fame of architects. So we have Rem Koolhaas in the, let's say, form of the architect as surfer, and we have the architect as a star. But of course, as a flip side of this increasing reputation of the architect, we also have those who actually, in fact, design architecture, the precarious architect, whose actually economic condition is inversely proportional to the way in which architecture, in fact, functions today as an accumulation of financial wealth. Of course, as you see, the drawing is very labyrinthic, really in the fashion of Piranesi. The drawing doesn't want to really stress too much a big narrative, because we strongly believe, Marston and I, that although history, of course, has always some very strong force within its unfolding or unraveling, the detail is always very important. In a way, you can say that either God or the devil should always be found in the detail. Thank you.
Well, it's such a pleasure to be here. Thank you so much to the organizers, to Esther, to Lily, to Nick for this invitation. It's wonderful to be part of the dialogue, and I also want to second the fond memories of Tony Vidler and his generosity and warmth and insight, and how influential he's been to this entire field. So this is dedicated to him. So I'm Bryony Roberts.
And I'm Adriana Aiken.
And I'll start us off talking about our project and hand it over to Abri about halfway through. So our invitation was to reflect on feminist practices and create a chronogram addressing them based on previous research and teaching that we've done. And we saw this as an opportunity to kind of reframe how the discourse on feminism is represented in fields of the built environment. Feminism is a word that often conjures thoughts of a sort of numbers game, a quantitative problem of trying to pack more typically cisgendered women into practices, faculties, dean's offices, and boardrooms. And this partially addresses the issue of representation, which does matter, but representation without any other systemic changes makes little difference. Feminism is a word that often conjures thoughts of a sort of numbers game, a quantitative problem of trying to pack more typically cisgendered women into practices, faculties, dean's offices, and boardrooms. And this partially addresses the issue of representation, which does matter, but representation without any other systemic changes makes little difference. So in contrast, we were interested in showing the full range of feminist practices across time and geography, recent history that is, that have the capacity to radically transform both ways of knowing and ways of making in the built environment, that are expanding the epistemological basis of architecture and its modes of practicing. So to unpack that term a little bit of feminist spatial practices, we pointed to the words of Elke Krasny, who says feminist spatial practices are multidimensional and multifaceted expressions of thinking and acting with an aim to build spatial justice and enable better caring in a world defined by ideologies of injustice and regimes of inequity. And we were also very much inspired by the writings of Jane Randell, Laurie Brown, Micah Schock, and many others in unpacking that term. But just to kind of paint a loose picture, feminist spatial practices are often defy disciplinary boundaries, slipping between art, architecture, theory, and social practice. They produce methods of resistance, as well as methods of enacting and imagining more equitable and sustainable worlds. And they vary dramatically across time, culture, and geography, often in dialogue with specific political struggles, particular to regions and histories. So the challenge of trying to represent that incredible breadth and diversity of practices was very daunting, and especially to also wrestle with the tradition of timelines and maps, to try to do that in a way that would also acknowledge the lineages of feminist epistemologies, which often radically question things like timelines and maps. So we were excited to sort of be in dialogue with Charles Jencks's diagrams for many reasons, partly because they produce slippages between form and content and foreground relational dynamics, the kind of influence between different thinkers across time. And also, as was discussed beautifully this morning, this project was very much a celebration of multivalence and multiplicity, which was very much a goal of ours as well. But among the things that we critiqued were that these diagrams we found tended to reinforce a singular, all-knowing view of the world, and such omniscience is exactly what feminist theorists and historians have challenged. So the discourses of intersectional and decolonial feminisms emphasize that knowledge is partial and situated, emerging from lived experiences of individuals, as well as the social, political, and economic contexts in which they dwell. So we wanted to challenge the idea of, a singular individual perspective and also the linearity of a timeline through both our process and the form of making this diagram. So in terms of process, we engaged a group of advisors. This diagram grew from dialogue with many voices, and also through its incompleteness points to future iterations and participatory formats, which we're now enacting. So to expand beyond our individual perspectives, we spoke with the folks on the slides here to reflect knowledge from multiple geographies and generations. We also learned from many other projects and texts that gathered past and present feminist spatial practices and also practices around social justice. So you can see here a portion of the Miro board where we started to collect all of the references from these conversations, these sources, and our own research. And there's about 550 practices in our final diagram, which we're continuously expanding in our current work. But we also knew that only, a truly global and collaborative version of this project could reflect the full expanse of feminist spatial practices. And we're currently working on that, which we'll describe shortly. But in order to begin to kind of organize this massive expanse of practices, we posit 6 organizing themes and a 7th area of political struggles that describe how feminist practices are remaking the built environment. So the 6 themes are experimental pedagogies, expanded histories, embodied theories, collaborative practices, spaces for non-conforming bodies, and alternative materialities. And these modes of practice emerge in relation to the kind of spine through the middle of political struggles, activist movements and political conflicts around the world, which is also the axis through which our meandering timeline runs. So we established that basic organization early and in dialogue with the advisors, and then kept evolving it as we worked. So I'm going to hand it over to Avery to talk a little bit more about the organization and development of the diagram.
To slightly sidestep the format of a timeline, we decided to create a representation of a landscape. So with the idea that the landscape could have moments of intensity, but it was also non-hierarchical and could continue in any and all directions. And so we were inspired by geological maps, and here's some process photos along the way. You can see it's changed very rapidly. But we were inspired by geological maps, and the diagram shows an imaginary place of landforms of converging ideologies and activism that rise from seas of oppression and marginalization. The land masses morph over time, expressing the shifting relationship between activist movements, theoretical discourses, and modes of spatial practice. Time travels along a diagonal axis of political struggles, beginning in the late 1960s and moving to the present, indicating that political crises are often precipitating factors for feminist movements and discourses. So the landscape also runs off the page in any and all directions, inferring that feminist spatial practices happened before the frame of the landscape and will definitely continue to happen afterwards. The 7 geological masses emerge from a troubled body of water. The water exists within and around the mountains, flooding and eroding feminist spatial practices from white supremacy to homophobia to right-wing extremism, to name a few. The water and the mountains are entangled in a landscape of tension and conflict, a swampy archipelago of both insidious erosion and persistent resistance on behalf of feminist artists, architects, and practitioners throughout time. And then at the top of the cartographic map is a hopeful imaginary of the future, an even more connected and impervious landscape of collaboration, of resistance, and intersectional inclusion. And in this supplementary diagram, an even more saturated reality emerges with photographic examples of feminist spatial practices enriching the landscape. The 2 diagrams embrace instability and fluidity and fluctuation as colors and textures flicker through time, pointing towards an ever-changing and ever-shifting and an ever-growing feminist futurescape. So we called this part 1 because we always knew that a better version of this project would be one that was truly collective and globally produced. And so with the publication, we launched an open call for participation in building a collective platform to celebrate feminist spatial practices. And over 50 people responded. And so they're from all around the world, and we've been meeting in different working groups since May to continue this project, to conceptualize it further, research and add more content, to design an interactive web platform, and to organize truly an amazing community as well as programming. And so our Instagram, shameless plug, follow us, shows some glimpses of this growing community programming that's happening to celebrate feminist spatial practices from around the world. And this web platform will be a continuation of this visualization project, this time imagining how an interactive digital interface can expand how people engage with an expanded version of this diagram and even contribute and participate themselves. And so these are some of the sketches that our team has imagined of how we can create a visual medium that can foreground relationship and offer different ways of clustering information, from theme to time to geography to everything else. And so we're working with our amazing team of collaborators that you can see here, and with graphic designers Omnivore to design it, and are planning to launch it in early summer 2024, so stay tuned. And we also need your help in making this happen. Another shameless plug. Since this is an independent project and we're not affiliated with any specific institution, we are crowdfunding to make it all happen. So you can find out more on our website, on our Instagram, or talk to us afterwards. And so for the exhibition that you all will hopefully go see later today, you can see that the map itself starts to transcend the boundaries of the original map that we produced, adding edges, although we know that this project is meant to be limitless. And we also begin to three-dimensionally experiment with textures and fluffiness and landscapes through the carpets on the ground. So we encourage everyone to interact with the installation, take a seat, or just fully lie there and ponder.
Thank you very much. I think that we're all very much looking forward to cuddling with these wonderful fluffy structures later tonight. But thank you for both presentations. And it's just so wonderful to see these very different approaches side to side. So one following a Marxist methodology and looking at a vast stretch of history of 5,000 years versus your 5 decades mapped out in the landscape as a diagonal across political struggle, kind of everything that is not on the map and kind of crawling over your map. And as you were saying, and also in your essay, that really struck me that it is a feminist methodology, and it is becoming a feminist practice as you're creating and building the project, which is really wonderful. But I would like to invite our respondents, and Maria, if you're ready to maybe, Nana will start? Maria, okay.
Analyse.
All right. Thank you very much.
I'll start, but I'm also analysing, so also please bear with me as I think out loud through these presentations. I just want to say thank you both for the presentations that you've given and the response to Charles Jencks' chronograms and the work that you've done building on these. Perhaps I'll start with some reflections on both presentations, and then perhaps some questions or insights back that perhaps can open up a conversation. In the first presentation, I found this, what you said that really struck me was this idea of the survey and the kind of limitations that it imposes on other histories and makings. And I found it really interesting when you talked about the way that categories of Western canons are perhaps unsuitable or limited in how we think about how other forms of building are conceptualized. And I found this really interesting, especially in today's reflections of kind of expanding the canon, where we're seeking to bring in other ways of thinking about building cultures, perhaps not just limited to architecture, but the making of place, a situated way of dwelling. And I found it really interesting, this kind of contrast or difficulty with applying kind of westernized systems or knowledges towards these practices. It seems to happen quite a lot. We're thinking about ways of, well, how can we learn from? But in this learning from, there's also a danger of imposing a kind of established knowledge of to make sense of it so that we can extract from it. So I think in thinking through these timelines, you're doing something really interesting in kind of perhaps exposing the limits, actually, of how we think about architecture as a kind of chronological discipline, or one that is all-knowing or tries to form itself, in some ways to legitimize itself through the gathering of knowledge and representing it. And I find it interesting, and also, for me, it opens up a question about, well, what does this do in relation to this idea of expanding the canon? Where do these not even other histories. I struggle to call them other histories because it kind of determines them as lesser than. But where does these other bodies of knowledge sort of sit in relation to this kind of Western canon? And should it sit in relation to this canon? How do we create knowledge systems that are not always necessarily comparative, but are just what they are? Perhaps. And then I also really enjoyed the structure of the map that you presented, and I like the idea of thinking about it through a drawing and the kind of formulation and layers of it, the kind of hierarchies of it, and also really linking the kind of production of architecture to a kind of base of history. I thought that was really, really compelling. And I think the figures that you kind of stated, and I sort of wrote them down as you went along, it made me think about, well, what is the architect of today? If we've gone from the architect as soldier and we're now on the architect as kind of the precarious architect, I think in the kind of new sort of future imagination of architecture, which is perhaps broader, it asks us a question about what is the architect now, or what is the architect in the future? And I've always thought about the architect as a translator, somebody that's able to go between kind of histories in the present, operate in the present, but also kind of look towards the future. So perhaps in these map makings and new chronograms, are we acting as kind of translators of history to kind of situate ourselves in the present and kind of determine a new future practice? And then to the second presentation, which I also found really compelling, I think that the method that you've set up was something really clear, and also perhaps offering contrast to the first presentation, this idea of a co-authored idea about what a feminist practice of architecture might be. And I found the clusterings of people you brought together also really interesting, and the idea that this is a continuing diagram. And I suppose in some ways it elongates the kind of idea of time through here. So this is just what we've seen today is a small portion, it's a snapshot, but this diagram is it's continuing, and the kind of work and reflections on it, it'd be interesting to sort of know when they stop, or do they stop? What does time mean in this kind of sort of categorizing of our history? And it seems something just in my mind quite interesting, the kind of categorizing time and this kind of linear process, or subverting the kind of linear process. I also find it really interesting that the kind of framing and opening up of a kind of feminist practice to include other kinds of practices that may not necessarily have always been identified in the kind of Western canon as a feminist practice, but are definitely kind of aligned with it. And also really interesting to me was the idea of the landscape as the base. And across both presentations, what seems really interesting is this idea of the base from which one works from. And actually sort of part of your presentations for me was really trying to determine what that base is that you're working from. And perhaps my question to you, to both in both presentations, is how do you start to define the base you're working from as a moment then to kind of project into? So thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Nana. Victoria, would you like to start?
Yes. Well, thank you, Nana. Is it working?
Not yet.
Okay, so I think you can. Can you hear me? Okay, great. Thank you, Nana. I think what you said is absolutely spot on, and I don't have much to to rephrase what you said. I think in our case, this is exactly the reason why we limit ourselves to Western, so-called Western architecture, although it's a word that I would put between a lot of brackets, because I think we have to be very aware that this idea of Western culture emerged only in the 20th century. And we have to remind ourselves that especially Europe, even in its most kind of colonial modes of production, was always working under also the influence of Asian, Near Eastern and Asian culture. So I think the idea of, I would say the idea of Western is really an Atlantic, a transatlantic concept, which I always have problems with, even within looking to European, the history of European architecture. But I think there is, for me, a fundamental issue at stake, which is which is the difference between what I call architecture and building culture. I think every culture in the world has a very strong building culture. And I think what you can see is that even in Europe, but also in other parts of the world, in Europe until a certain point, there was a strong unity between manual labor and intellectual labor. In other words, those who actually thought and think about architecture were also those that made it. Of course, there were also some division of labor, especially when it came to monumental structures, but this unity was actually very strong. I think we have to keep in mind that the institution of architecture, from the beginning of the use of this word, is really based on this split between mind and craft, between reasoning and making. I mean, this is the original sin of architecture, and we always have to be careful to project this original sin to cultures that have this as an imposition rather than as a choice, let's say. And actually, I would say this was never a choice. It was a reflection of a modes of production where the accumulation of wealth pushed this, the emergence of the architect and the split between those who design and command architecture and those who actually execute. That's why we are always very suspicious about this eagerness to immediately so-called decolonize the canon of architecture, not because this is not a good thing to do, it's a very urgent, I would say, but if we are not careful about those categories, the risk is that this decolonization becomes another form of colonization, even maybe a subtler one. And also we shouldn't forget that since colonialism, there are a lot of architects who were so eager to learn from those cultures that were colonizing. I mean, colonization was not just a sort of imposition. I mean, this imposition also implied a lot of absorption of indigenous cultures. In a way, England is a very good example how in the 18th century you start to see architects designing pavilions as using influence coming from China or India. So in a way, there is a risk there to think that this learning from other cultures in a way can become a form, let's say, of appropriation. But at the same time, when you teach, of course, you can't just use this argument to remain blind towards these other cultures, which, as you said very well, they can also exist in their own space. They don't need to be compared to everything else. And that's why I'm very suspicious about this kind of global histories of architecture where, the same kind of periodization and the same criteria that we use within our discipline are applied to any culture. I think we have to come to terms, at least with this sort of condition in which we cannot always, let's say, sell or explain everything in terms of what we call architecture.
And also at the same time, going back to your, let's say, question which for us was very important about the question of how to build other histories. And this is a key word because it somehow tackles also the very problem of architecture history and architecture in Western, let's say, culture, which is the product of a very, let's say, long process of fragmentation, especially in the division of expertise and the production of knowledge. So in order to have a clear idea, you have also to face this idea of having other histories is very important because you have also to learn what happens in parallel. So for us, for this drawing was very important also to build certain parallels, to see what specific emblems or symbolic architectures which were the most paradigmatic historical moments in terms of history, general history, that were somehow serving as their base in order to produce this kind of more ideology, from which as architects we understand only the building, the plan, which is the last step of this production of that belongs to a very segmented, let's say, history of doing architecture. So I think that keeping in mind that other histories has to be considered is also very important for understanding why we came to this result of building sites.
Oops, is this working? Maybe not yet. I can project. I really appreciate that question about what is the base. And I think it, for me, echoes a question from the morning as well. I think Mark Wigley posed about what is left out, what is excluded. There's always these choices that are made in such a project. And I think, for me anyway, the question of what is feminist spatial practices is itself, contentious and was sort of collectively defined in a way, learning from many of these other voices. And I think that maybe what distinguishes that as the starting point for a project like this is that these practices are often merging design and research, but also advocacy and community building. So it's sort of maybe in resistance to that original sin, or the idea is that it's a resistance to that this split of mind and body is questioned, and instead it's about, building ways of working that are acknowledging the intellectual work as well as the sort of embodied work of living and making. And so I think a theme that came up in the morning was this idea of projection, like what is the projective work of the drawing? And in addition to projecting an idea about discourse, I think for us it was also projecting community and sort of projecting action in the world. And so hopefully that's a permutation, of this sort of Jencksian premise. Yeah.
Yeah, I think we're constantly thinking about how to further expand the map. Like, we hope time doesn't stop and that everything continues off in all of the different directions, and we can further expand that in our map, but also expanded practices, because we tried to take on the white, which was like now this like murky water that we're showing. So what other practices are marginalized and oppressed? So how can we acknowledge those and continue to expand what we're also including? So we are acknowledging like queer theory as well as, like care practices and indigenous feminisms and disability, and how can we also start to include even more expansive practices as well that are also marginalized and oppressed. So I think we're excited to continue expanding.
There was one other question from Nana that was also on my list of questions to all of you, and actually maybe this is something that we can come back to in the conclusive panel later this afternoon. But it's quite interesting that when we started to talk about the Chronograms project with all of you and just thinking about what Charles was doing in terms of, I really like this idea of drawing ideas and working through ideas, but also it was very much, there's always an agency to a diagram, and there's always a gesture of projection into the future, whereas Charles was quite brave of making those projections. So, he was kind of in real, in the 71 when he first published his first diagram in his PhD, he cut the second part off, but it was kind of halfway through the diagram, his present moment. So it was really important for him, and maybe that is again something that is very situated in that particular historic time and historic moment. It was still very much possible to present in or project into the future. But it would be quite interesting to hear from you, because I know that Bryony Avery, you're writing about it in your text, that there is a slide that's kind of a signal on the top of your diagram of a future emerging. But I would be quite interested to hear a bit more from both of you. How do you think about what is the relationship to the future? Is there a future that is implied by these diagrams?
Yes.
For me, we decided to have a conclusion of this drawing, which is basically the beginning of the 2020 somehow also we stopped there, but at the same time, in that period, we also try to understand which are those aspects that are already somehow introjected in the future. So one of the most boring part of the drawing is basically this very long repetition of logistic port, I think in Rotterdam, that occupies the very base of the last decades of this chronology. And on top of that, there is also the gradual rise of this idea of the precarious architect, which seems to be stuck on the first decade of 2000, but I think it's a very contemporary, and unfortunately, it will be a very long, let's say, figure in the future for very long, since, till that, when architecture will still be based on this production of, I would say, logistic and very abstract organization of work. So, for example, even for us as, working both in the school, in the university, but also as architects, we see every day that how logistic is also affecting our way of organizing, basically our way of doing lectures, and at the same time also the way university itself is more and more relying on these very abstract forms of interactions and productions. So this moment for us had a very precise start around the 70s and the 80s, but we think that it has a very long, let's say, unfortunately, continuity. At least it will have a very long one, as far as we will still rely on this form of production somehow.
Yes, I think, sorry. No, I just wanted to say that in fact, as Marson said, we think that unless the modes of production on which we based the production of architecture will be changed, it's difficult to imagine a different role for the architect. I think for us, this exercise is really an exercise in realism, because sometimes we make projections without really understanding that there is a mode of production that produces these projections. And of course, that doesn't mean that there are no spaces of maneuvering, spaces of, as our colleagues showed very well, of doing something alternative. I think we're not saying that, everything will be constantly imprisoned by the current mode of production, but I think this mode of production is there. And today, actually, as you might know, real estate is one of the most powerful industries, and investing in cities and buildings is one of the most financially powerful way to extract profit. And I think this will really bind the architect to a specific role, which will be hard to change. But as you show very well in your diagram, there are spaces, although very, very limited, in which alternative conditions can be created. But I think this should always be aware that the spaces are, to be negotiated, to be struggled for, and they're not given for granted, let's say.
I think it's a really important point, and maybe something that a lot of the practices in our diagram bring to the table is sort of always having negotiated conditions of disempowerment and marginalization and lack of opportunity, right? So there's a sort of ingenuity in finding a way to have agency. But certainly there are these monumental global forces that are creating challenges. But I think in terms of the future, we are a little bit hypocritical in our drawing in sort of resisting the idea of progress, of teleology, but at the same time pointing to a future that does look a little different. And in my mind, it's actually the present. I think we both were very excited about the fact that in our experiences, it feels like there's a much greater solidarity and alignment between multiple strains of thought and kind of social justice movements at the moment that feels like momentum. And so it's not only a hopeful projection into the future, but it feels like a real kind of world of collaboration that is the future part of our diagram. But yeah, anything you want to add?
Yeah, and I think like in part 2, maybe we'll just keep iterating this and seeing. I feel like also we're doing through part 2, we're creating this platform for people to also help us project what feminist spatial practices look like and share what they're working on and what they're going to be working on. So I also think we're hopefully trying to help like figure out what the next projection of this is. But there's definitely going to be political struggles continuing. There's definitely going to be like the water eroding different aspects of our map. But I also think we're trying to bring some hopeful energy to feminist spatial practices and just the world in general too. So, yeah.
And in terms of, what does time mean, which is, we can keep coming back to this, but it feels that obviously that difference between the length of, or that period of history that the two diagrams are looking at are very much implied by the respective methodologies that you're using. And I was wondering if you could just talk to that for a second. From your, research, particular research methodology, how do you define that time in history, that time period in history that you will be surveying or mapping?
Well, I think that for us, the challenge in general of trying to draw this map is that the content is infinite, especially when you start to think about work that hasn't been, documented, exhibited, canonized, that there's so many everyday practices that people do that are in the spirit of kind of resistance and imagination around gender and equity that nobody, in this room has probably been taught or read in reference materials. So where do you start? It could go back to 3000 BC, and that would be an amazing drawing. But we decided to start where there was a sort of critical mass of publications, exhibitions, public work, which did sort of correspond with moments when people identifying as women were given access to higher education, to more job opportunities. So there was a sort of connection to historical policy changes, but and also kind of second wave feminism. So that was the starting point. And then, moving into the future, absolutely, this is meant to be a constantly evolving and changing project in which also our authorship sort of fades away and it becomes this collective creature that has its own life.
Yes, for us, actually, this kind of the longue durée that we were trying to explore was also because we always, in our classes, we both teach actually history and theory. And we really try to reclaim also ancient history and even so-called prehistory, although this is another problematic word. Because I think that the problem is that for too long, I would say that history and theory of architecture was a bit stuck into the recent parts of what we can call architecture. And I think that a way to estrange actually our own, what we can consider architecture is also to look to cultures and places that are very far beyond, because they give us a glimpse of that our own interpretation of architecture is very limited. Our interpretation of building through architecture is actually only one chapter. There are many other cultures that have built and made incredible places. And since actually a few years, Marcel and I have really made an effort to not teach, but really to invite students to embrace this longer span of time and also places. And in a way, the ambition of the chronogram is a little bit, maybe actually this is a very short section because there is a lot of interesting things to learn about cities and architecture and territories that is actually even before the third millennium BC. And I think it's important that we reclaim that so-called deep history. And we don't stuck only with let's say, with the rise of what I can call the most obvious forms of cities and architecture that we know.
It's interesting, though, you pointed out the problematic word around Western history, but how Western history is claiming these prehistories in continuity, right?
Yeah. Well, I just want to say something about really the idea of Western and history, because of course it's very easy today to be super critical, and we should. I mean, this is really an historical moment of reckoning about the limitations and problems of how we teach and learn history, not only of architecture, but everything. But there is also something good about, history being one of the fundamental tools of Western culture, that history has always been used, of course, as someone said before, to legitimize certain institutions, but sometimes has also been used as a way to understand the present. In a way, in Western history, the more interesting historical efforts in history has always been attempt to understand critically the present through the past. And I think that this is, for me, remain one of the fundamental advantages of a discipline that, of course, has a lot of problems, but offer us this attempt to see the past not as something that is gone on our back, but something that through its continuity influence and shape sometimes also our present.
Thank you. I would like to invite Maria for some comments and questions.
Mine are probably at this stage would not be questions, because I think you've been asked to answer a lot of questions. Maybe more reflection. I'm trying to gather my head around kind of how to maybe link back to the conversations that started in the morning about whether chronograms actually open up a different way of structuring architecture as a whole, architectural discipline, and for inserting ourselves more consciously into this. What I'm thinking as I'm watching your presentations is that you both present a particular way of understanding that those multifarious, multiplicitous, multivalences, all these words that came up in the morning, it's interpreted slightly differently. This idea of a series of divergent subjective histories or a series of multiplicitous narratives about architectural discipline, you take a very strong position. What is to be represented and to what end? And maybe it is to the extent of exclusion of this kind of a general panning across architectural discipline as it's formed. So I guess the reflection / question would be, if we were talking a lot that Charles's original chronograms leaves a lot of voids, wrinkles, and sort of folds within which maybe additional information can be inserted, I would view your contributions as a very powerful kind of additional vein or wrinkle into the original diagram, rather than in any way contending directly with its original role. So I view that all of these new diagrams somehow can be branched in and reinserted into the old. So they are not really variations on the disciplinary diagram we talked about before, but they're disciplinary diagrams in their own right, which becomes a tool to construct the project. With that, I would say that our discipline has historically built on tensions and polarities, and Mark Quigley showed a series of double-sided vectors that drove the original diagram. You brought up a very kind of a difficult debate of autonomy ideology, or maybe later some people start talking about autonomy contingency, or whether it's in fact intellectual, or as you speak about these embodied practices. A lot of these things breed contention, and I feel like maybe that's another clever way that you both have tried to do. You tried not to include polarizations of architecture in your work, but rather take a position and work in a plane. So the second observation has to do then what is in the diagram itself and how is it structured. So I agreed with the early morning conversation where to me, it's a diagram, but not just because I actually know a few things about diagrams, probably less than know about drawings and models. But if we think for a second, I think it's a shame that Mario Carpo is not with us today, because my second reflection is about data and narrative. It seems to me, if I were to paraphrase Mario very poorly, that in fact it's true that with the growth of big data and the data compression technologies that we used to rely on, including the conversations we had about curation of archives and writing historiographic narratives. A lot of these technologies rendered our intellectual compression techniques obsolete, and therefore we could actually swim in a cloud of data points, and Mario writes about it very beautifully, and in fact avoid projecting these oversimplified lines, blobs, streams, etc. However, I think today's contributors make a very strong point that no, there's an enormous amount of reduction in Pier Vittorio's and kind of this notion of extremely selective segmenting, yeah? And then within each slice, there's only that many plans that you were able to include. There's only that many heads that made the cut. So at the same time, the chronological, let's call it, transformation of the poor architect is the narrative that is explicitly coded into the diagram. And in your case, the argument that from within the 6 ravines and the bloody watershed in the middle, there might be a few survivors, which will go on, right? So there is a kind of this battlefield, and then eventually some of them drown, some of them swim, or something like that. So there's question of, and then within this diagram, if we were to be seduced by the new technological kind of arguments, and Marc Garcia made a few of them, moving through the wormholes of space-time, it is ultimately, it seems to me that some of you are saying that we are responsible for the intellectual, the relatively simple and very accessible narrative to our students, who would then, yes, attack us, say that we've missed a few things, or that our narratives is actually quite Western and whatever, male and whatever it is. The final comment I'd make is that what is the content and how do we frame and curate? For me, I just got so excited when I saw architectural plans. And then Mark Quigley in the morning said that Jencks put words, and all of a sudden he put faces there. I was like, oh, faces now, yeah, Zaha Hadid, or was it Zaha Hadid? Zaha Hadid with her beautiful dress. So if we only stick to words, what are we missing out? How do we frame the project? How do we then curate and spatially organize? But most importantly, what kind of material we let in? I would argue that while I share fascination with words that historians and theorists have demonstrated over time, there is something wonderful about an analogous city of heavily selective plans coming into Piranesi or Peter Trummer's kind of zero Piranesi architecture, and they're kind of elbowing themselves, the architecture itself. I know Charles didn't put the drawings of buildings into his charts, but we saw paintings that Madelon did for him, and buildings become creatures that fight for a place to be in that arena. So my question, as an extremely visual and maybe image-based person, is, let's let in basically those other expressions. And when you flickered that geology of images, of these terrains, I was very excited. So, because I was worried that it's going to be just words, and numbers. So that's less of a question, more of a kind of reflection.
Thank you very much, Maria. I think that this is the moment that I will have to close the conversation. No, can we go? Nick says that we have still a little bit of time. If we do, then I'm very happy to carry on. All right, great. So there was one, in your last comment, there was one reflection that I was also thinking about, and we were actually talking about that a little bit with Pier Vittorio and many others who were contributing to the diagrams. And it's what exactly is on the diagram and how exactly it is named, and beyond just, going the graphic figures, the plans, but also what do you signify on your diagram. So it's interesting that on Brian and Avery's diagram, there were various different versions of the diagram, and on some diagrams you're working with very particular persons and figures and you're naming them. Then there were also other diagrams where you're using categories and movements rather than personal names. And it would be, I think that it really sets apart, and it could be an interesting way also to think about these 6 different diagrams. How do they operate, mapping out people, individual thought versus movements that they define as such. So maybe if you could, it's interesting that Charles kind of mixed all of those. So in Charles's diagrams, there were all these various different categories and more. But if you could talk to that a little bit more, that could be perhaps interesting.
Yeah. Do you want to speak to the cartographic mapping? Or?
Sure. I mean, there was one moment where we were going to 3D model the entire thing and then just have it be this beautiful landscape. But it's still beautiful as a two-dimensional plane. And I think we're really excited now that we're moving into this like realm of making models and starting to think about fluffiness. So I do think like we very much went literal and turning the diagram more into a drawing by creating this landscape and this sort of metaphor for the land versus the water. And so that's, I think, a little bit different than how it was originally done and how everyone else is kind of perceiving it. But that was kind of what we were most excited about doing. Once we came up with this metaphor, we just really wanted to run with it. And maybe one day we'll 3D print the whole landscape very funkily in 3 dimensions. But
Inhabitable installation.
Inhabitable installation.
Yeah. I just wanted to pick up on another question that was buried in there that I really appreciated those comments. And I think the question of why bother drawing when there's all this data that we could just swim in. And because obviously it's such a flawed process and it's so incomplete. And I think motivation comes partly from what Ingrid brought up earlier about this idea of how do we have a collective conversation, or how do we find a common ground? And in my mind, the diagram is a way of actually showing a common ground, of showing that there's more than one voice having a conversation, even if it's an incomplete and imperfect representation of that conversation. But for us, it felt like the content in our diagram is so hard to see normally. It's not often taught, and people in different geographies don't often see the work of other folks doing related things. So it was literally sort of charting the common ground that then we could have a conversation about.
Just very quickly to connect also your question about the categories with what have been said previously, also concerning somehow the pedagogical side of our drawing somehow is also an objective for having a kind of didactic exercise in a way. Also because, for going with these more than, I think, 200 plans of buildings that are represented in the plan, there is somehow hidden bibliography in a way, because we have somehow to read a lot of stuff in order to understand how to put this together and to learn a lot of things, not only in terms of architecture history, but in general history, especially concerning the main events that constitute the base part. So in a way, this gives a result which was both conscious and unconscious of having categories that in this series of strips somehow are repeated or are recurrent. No, there are some aspects that kind of repeat themselves through history, which makes it somehow easier for us, even in terms of the present, to understand. To make this critique of the present possible, you need somehow to understand which are those elements and steps in history that somehow makes the problems predictable. So in a way, to make some examples, the very fact like real estates represent itself, for example, in Renaissance with the rise of a lot of research on treaties, of a lot of abstraction in terms of how to make this architecture work as a managerial form of labor, is something that we see very similar to what happens today, for example, to how logistics centers or data centers goes hand in hand with real estate, let's say, investments in capital cities in Europe. So these aspects are here and there through these categories that are, or similar categories that are repeated in history. As I said, for us, it's very important to understand this predictability, let's say, of the problems.
I think there is also, in the way we constructed the diagram, vis-a-vis actually Charles Jencks' diagram, there is something for us very important. It might sound like a provocation, but maybe I speak for myself, but maybe Marson also, we share this. I'm not a big fan of ideas. In the sense that in architecture I learn a lot sometimes by bypassing ideas and really looking at buildings, right. And looking at projects. And I think the problem with ideas, especially when they are expressed into sweeping concepts or words is that they tend to be very ideological and not always in a positive way. For example, we always discourage students to use too much these labels and, modernism, postmodernism, parametricism, I don't know, all these kind of labels that prevent us to really understand how architecture works. And that's why, I think the Jencks maps are beautiful, as I said before. They're also very convincing because they're really like a guide, that allow you to navigate this very complex landscape of ideas. But I think we have to also be careful that sometimes ideas are uneasy blankets under which problems are more complex. And usually these problems use ideas to deceive the reading of the problems themselves. So that's why, in a very clumsy way, we used drawings. But actually, we realized that the chronogram, in our case, didn't work very well because the buildings were larger than the slots in which they had to to fit. And we had a lot of actually fun to have, it was almost like a game, how we can keep them all in the same scale and still make sense within, let's say, the chronogram. Of course, with words it's much easier because typographically you can fit them in the exact slot. But the moment actually you try to tell architecture through drawings, through plans or elevations, or even you can even put the buildings themselves, this sort of chronological abstraction that doesn't work anymore. And I think that we wanted, at the end, for us, like in the fashion of Piranesi, the whole our plate is a suicide of the chronogram. It's showing the chronogram as something that cannot contain the history of architecture.
Thank you. I'm just looking at Nick, keeper of time. Can we open up for a question from the audience so that I'm not dominating in the name of polyphony? Anyone who has a burning question or observation?
Thank you, and I love the exhibition. And what it made me think about was the word chronogram, and particularly in reference to the work of J.G. Ballard and the obsession with time. And two of his very first stories when he was very young, Voices of Time and Chronopolis, which put forward a kind of mandala or arrangement of figures which he carried on working with throughout his creative life. I think chronogram, he starts, the Atrocity exhibition is where he first posits a chronogram using the traditional Muybridge, and then some strange lumps, which are, he says, are humans. But his idea of the chronogram eventually becomes something that's inscribed on a landscape. And he has this really very strong architectural vision, obsession with empty and decayed infrastructures, swimming pools, and so forth. So the chronogram is something more than a metaphor. It's kind of a rereading of the reality of certain architectural presences in a culture and on a physical landscape. So it hovers between the physical and metaphorical. And I think and his obsession with time is always manifested throughout his career as something that is somehow manipulated by humans. And there are several occasions, all his protagonists, by the way, are going through a kind of profound physical and mental collapse where they're reorganizing their internal way of seeing the world. And what that kind of leads me to reflect on with the chronogram is that we, in some sense, and particularly about Jencks, which I sort of have much the same view as you, both admire it and a little bit concerned that you can endlessly extend it. But I think if he was here, he'd be critical of architectural history as a kind of obsessive constant reorganization of a series of objects. And in fact, one of his protagonists, and this is a standard trope now in science fiction, is that the psychotic mind finds itself or finds its sanity through the constant rearrangement of a series of figurative objects which stand for, and the problem is, what do they stand for? And that's fugitive. That is, every generation or every architectural historian rearranges what it stands for. So that's a kind of slight bit of a rant, I'm afraid, but it's chronogram resonates quite strongly in other fields apart from architectural history.
Thank you very much. Anyone responding to that? I mean, it's probably we will open up quite a lot of conversation around the metaphor in our concluding panel. There was one more question from Mark Garcia that I would like to.
Yeah, it wasn't really a question.
Right.
It was just an insertion of not really directed at anyone in particular, but the question of technology came up. Oh, sorry, the question of technology came up, and Mario and I were trying to, we discussed this, and Lily was going to ask a question about the interface as well. And I think it's important to say that there is no outside of the diagram because our perception is inherently diagrammatic. The most urgent and longest term, the sanest, but also the most insane observations and claims that you can say about diagrams is that they're saving lives and killing people every second of time. For example, smartphone, and they're everywhere, so you can't escape them. So I don't think technology is seducing us, or that I'm trying to kind of seduce anyone with the promise of new technology. Smartphone software and interfaces, we all use them. So from Revit to the iPhone, they're everywhere, and there is no escape from them, and they impact and affect cities everywhere all the time. Architecturally, I think the most salient diagrams now are things like the Big Brother house, which frankly we all live in now, smart homes and smart cities, and which we all live in through our social media and spatial data trails. But most importantly now, today, the White House Situation Room, which is ironically not a room, but a series of complex spaces, the International Space Station, NASA, and European Space Agency mission control, and also city control rooms are all affecting us immediately, each one of us right now, but also the US and NATO defense and military control centers, necropolitical drones, killer drones, all use diagrams now and interfaces right now. They're killing people right now, and which maybe suggests a redesign of the most important architectural diagram, maybe right now, which is of the United Nations. I mean, I think probably one of the most interesting, talking about history, I think kind of one of the most interesting historical things, or things that a historian can't do, are images, and this relates to what Michael was saying, the James Webb Space Telescope, which is a space-time, which is producing space-time diagrams as deep as 12 billion years of history. No human or no historian can either conceive or even produce such big and deep history, which was what Vittorio was pointing to. And it's revealing that the universe is weirder and more horror-filled, but even more sublime than we can ever imagine. Even though we're looking at it, we just simply cannot apprehend and perceive it. So lastly, I don't think there's anything outside of the diagram and interfaces of architecture, because there is nothing outside of the architectures of diagrams and interfaces. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So maybe we can continue with the next panel to discuss whether we can escape the diagram. I am hopeful. Never give up. But we're going to break for 10 minutes, and then we come back after a little tea break to cross sections of the now. Thank you very much.
Yes.
So my name is Nick Axel. I'm the deputy editor of Evolutionary Architecture. It was a wonderful experience to work with Lily and Esther from the Jencks Foundation and the Cosmic House on this, and also with the AA. Thank you, Harriet. Thank you, Manije. And so we are in the third panel of the day, the second of which is looking at the specific contributions to the Chronograms of Architecture project. This panel, which is titled The Cross-Sections of the Now, is addressing or dealing with a series of diagrams which question I guess all of these diagrams question the way we narrate history, but I would argue that some of these diagrams might be making arguments that we cannot narrate history. Instead, they have largely privileged a view on the present, on the now, on the here, over the past. But this raises a series of at least conceptual questions. The discipline of history itself is not equipped to deal with the present. There is no real archive of the present. If something is put in an archive, it is almost arguably, by definition, in the past. And the history of the present is something that we often struggle with. The tools that we have for historicization are different. When we think of the historian of the present, or when we see it, it's actually often called journalism or PR. But I think these diagrams will make a different case, but also reckon with different challenges and the urgency of reckoning with today. I will not take up too much more time, but I would like to introduce the presenters and also the respondents. So we will first have a presentation by Mold and their project Architecture is Climate. Mold is a research collective being represented today by Anthony Powis, who is a lecturer in architecture and climate at the University of Sheffield, and Jeremy Till, who is professor of architecture at Central St. Martin's. We will then have a presentation by Urtzi Grau and Francesca Hughes on their diagram cul-de-sac. Urtzi is a senior lecturer in the School of Architecture at UTS and founding partner of the offices GFA and Fake Industries. And Francesca Hughes is an architectural theorist and educator who works at the feminist intersection of architecture, history of science, and technology. And then lastly, we will have a presentation presenting the work of Charles Davis and Curry Hackett, visualizing the racial epistemologies of the architectural canon, which is being represented by Curry Hackett, who is the founder of Wayside Studio, a transdisciplinary design and research practice. And then the three presentations will be followed by a series of responses and by members from the AA, by Vidya Pushpanathan from Intermediate 14 and practice VILAA or VILA, I'm not sure. And also by John Palmasino from Diploma Unit 4 and Territorial Agency. So without further ado, I would like to invite Jeremy and Anthony onto the stage. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you to Mark for his very moving words about Tony Vidler. I'm old enough to have sat in this room the evening that Tony introduced the Architecture Uncanny, and it just felt like a very important moment to see this great big bear of a man who I think was more Paddington than Grizzly introduce what was a really seminal moment. I have to say, I'm really nervous because the last time I stood here was when I was mistakenly, I say this with no false modesty, shortlisted down to the last three for the role of chair in 2006 of the AA. And we all had to make presentations, and Brett had lined up the front two rows with all his family and mates and instructed him to suck lemons. And it was like a really traumatic experience. I'm still brutalized. So if I'm exhibiting symptoms of PTSD, you know why it is. So I thank a lot the Jencks Foundation and Eflux for getting us all back in here and for the invitation. You'll see from this presentation, we put a lot of work into this. And we did it not just because we respect Eflux and Jencks, but because we found it a very useful way of crystallizing our thoughts around this project. And we're presenting here on behalf of our research collective with Sarah Bovlet, Christina Sarifi, Tatiana Schneider, Becca Volker, and I don't know why, but it's the two men here. And we formed this collective around a research project initially called Architecture After Architecture, which is now transformed into Architecture as Climate, which is what the diagram is called. And because we're dispersed across 2 countries, we use diagrams consistently as a means of working for brainstorming, visualizing, and organizing. But as we'll explain later, I think that active mode of using diagrams is very different from the static mode of the presentation of diagrams. And like many, including Bryony and that fantastic project, we use Miro throughout. So Miro, Anthony's going to quickly take you through the development, some of which is quite excruciating, I should warn you, of the diagram which we finally got to. So over to Anthony. So warts and all, here we go.
So we started with Charles, and we thought, well, what if we just take the graphic of Charles's chronogram and map on what we wanted to do, which was a diagram of the history of architecture and climate, and map on a certain series of events, global events in relation to climate breakdown onto a timeline. Now, this was quite an interesting process, but we quickly felt that this was not the right way for us to do it. We weren't trying to tell a story in this kind of manner. So we looked at other kinds of diagrams, particularly diagrams relating to the natural world, and stuck on this one, which is from Alexander von Humboldt, the diagram of a volcano in Ecuador, an illustration showing the kinds of plant species and particularly their interconnections that grow up this particular mountainside. And Humboldt said that his illustrations should speak to the spirit without fatiguing the mind. So kind of started us down a road of kind of thinking about simplification and what that could mean in diagrams, which we'll come back to. So we wanted to think of the mountain as a kind of graph. We sliced it down the middle, that being the present moment, and we replaced the left-hand side of the diagram with a rising mountain of CO2. So this is global CO2 emissions rising up to the present, which is the slice in the diagram. And initially, in early versions, we were actually focusing more on the future part. We kind of filled this up with where Humboldt had filled up different plant species that grew at different altitudes. We filled it up with things that we thought might help bring down that mountain of CO2 in the future, ways of working that were kind of coming out of different parts of the project. But we then kind of shifted onto the other side of the diagram. We were looking at the past, we were looking at what's building up the mountain of CO2. So we were looking at different types of events, different types of ways of practicing, particularly related to how emissions were building up in different ways, and kind of building this timeline of climate events that construct a mountain of CO2 as in the place that we reach. In this version, you can see that the future is slightly less optimistic. And as I say, mapping specific events and causes of the mountain onto that line. And then we started to think about the bulk of the mountain itself, not just that line, but everything that was beneath it, the kinds of structures of carbon modernity that was proceeding through previous centuries to create the situation where we are in now, but also their roots in deeper and wider ways of thinking, as well as alternatives. And we started to think about this network of things that actually might be underlying that. Not the things that construct the mountain, but the other things that exist, the other histories that weren't within that single narrative. And we got quite into sort of ecological metaphors, and we imagined these things as sort of network of mycelium, perhaps beneath the mountain, that might rise up and start to break it and crack it. So then we worked on this process of really describing what the bulk of the mountain was constructed from. And in this version, we have a really deep timeline of CO2 emissions, which goes right back to, in some ways, the kind of beginnings of modernity with the conquest of the Americas. And actually, you see how that line starts to go down as millions and millions of people were wiped out, and then rising sharply up again, and thinking about what's constructing that. So we kind of we settled on this idea of sediments, the mountain being composed of a number of sediments that were ways of thinking and doing that contribute to the place we get to now. And we started to form in this, which was a kind of significant move, taking off the futures part of the diagram, but treating it as a cross-section through the present that allows you to see the construction of the mountain. So then we started to name these sediments. We started to work on a series of verbs, and this has been really useful for us in our project and has actually become a kind of categorizing system, as well as examples of things that happen within these particular ways of thinking and doing. And then we went back to Charles, and we saw this diagram not just as a timeline, but as a matrix. So we put along the top of the matrix different categories in which these verbs play out, things like economy, land, infrastructure. And we put our verbs down the side, and we thought what might go in there, what might populate the grid. And we developed this over and over using Miro, all kind of sitting in the same room, working into this, suggesting both ways of thinking and events and examples, specifically relating to architecture and beyond. And we developed and we developed and we edited and we edited, and we kind of put things on the side. And we got to something which was this kind of matrix that now populates the diagram that we're in. But we also were left over with some quite positive things, those mycelium. And so we created something based on a kind of geological illustration which holds all those sediments of what creates the mountains, but also contains rifts in which we could place those potential ways out, potential ways of breaking down that mountain. And here we're working on the kind of graphic legibility of it and eventually getting to the version that we ended up with now.
So this is the more or less final one, though we don't like the line at the top left because it doesn't go back to 1492 and the violence of colonisation, which was in many readings the start of where this terraforming and this exploitation happens. So down the left-hand side, we have the verbs, and these are the verbs of the modern project. And along the top, we have the sites, which are the sites in which climate breakdown is produced, but also within which architecture is produced and needs to pay attention to. And so I won't go through all the verbs, but one of the most obvious is the modern project from Bacon onwards to the separating of humans from the non-human and the violence of that action, then allowing nature to be appropriated, commodified and exploited. The idea of exploiting as a core project of colonisation, which humans and non-humans are deemed available for appropriation within systems of capital and control. The idea of band-aiding, which is probably the default mode of so-called sustainable architecture, in which you treat climate breakdown as a problem, a symptom which you stick something over, a kind of a band-aid over, but there's still a gaping wound underneath that. And that as a default model is something that we're fairly critical of. And then the whole thing back again. And so what we're doing is, rather than looking at the symptoms of climate breakdown, which is the default mode of architecture as we know it at the moment, we're looking at the causes, because it's only by intervening in the causes that one can get effective action. And then within it, within the white spaces, which are not occupied within the Jencks diagram, but we think could be, because I think that's a space of possibility, we have put in these epigrams taken from other people and ourselves, which are the kind of points of hope, and these kind of the gaps which, if we could do it, would open up and break down the sediments. So I just want to end with some reflections on the role of diagrams more generally. As I said at the beginning, we use the diagram as a means of developing our chronogram, but I think you need to differentiate between diagrams as a form of working and diagrams as a form of representation. In the former, as a form of working, you're just enjoying the openness and the fluidity of the process. And that's how we used it, and I think that we've seen other mirrors. Whereas in the latter, diagrams as a form of presentation, what is happening is you're trying to reduce the complexity of the world down to a single image. and has been talked about a lot already from Mark onwards this morning, that way of trying to capture and totalize the world in a single image is an act of ruthless editing, of ruthless exclusion, of ruthless ordering. And ordering is the default mode of the modern project. Because in ordering a system, by editing a system, you are, as already been pointed out, excluding other things. And I think that, therefore, the diagram is a very modernist way of working in as much as it establishes and perpetuates certain norms and canons. And therefore, this kind of sense of the diagram as a place of editing means that it also becomes a place of control, in which the author presents a very particular version of the world, which you're all meant to suck up. Whereas in fact, I think that the diagram also, in the editing, can have gaps within it which leave a space of potential for the viewer to open up their own worlds. And that's where I think the better diagrams work. In our diagram, we specifically went from names into themes. And that was a very intentional move. Because by having names within the diagram, the viewer is necessarily enthralled to those names. And all you can do is to kind of feel belittled or imitate them. Whereas what I think is much more important, and the other thing is, in the Jencks diagrams, and in particular, as Mark was pointing out, it sets up this kind of interior world which presumes to be exterior, but actually remains as an interior bubble. Now, as someone said, might have been me, architecture depends. And therefore, I think, what we're trying to do within this is to get away from that homage to the genealogy and into the situations and contexts within which architecture should and could be operating. And we try to leave enough openness within our diagram to allow that to happen. And we're using it with students who bring their projects to it and try to locate their projects within the diagrams in order that they're not completely overwhelmed by the kind of authority of those words. And with that, I thank you.
Before I start, I also would like to say something about Tony Vidler, who actually examined my PhD a few weeks ago, despite being incredibly ill already from hospital. And it was typical of him because Tony understood that to teach is to love. It was an amazing gesture of love. And all I can kind of comfort myself with now is the idea that Tony is with his other great friend called Mark Cousins, who also understood that to teach is to love. That to teach is to love, and to run an architecture school is to love. And that is love that remains outside of measure. So we're going to, with that said, talk about measure and how measure affects the running of architecture schools, which affects the future of education. And we're going to be naughty because Tony and Mark always also taught that it was very important to be naughty. And also before we start, just to again thank Lily, Esther, Manjay, Nick for bringing us all together. It's been a kind of gripping day, amazing day, and there's still so much to discuss. So the same year, Charles Jencks drew the diagram that ate architecture, as Mark over here has named it in his wonderful essay on the Cosmic House website, which you all must read if you have not yet. He also drew this diagram, but only once and never again. This little-known and unassuming diagram is, however, the diagram that really ate architecture. Sorry, Mark, this is the one. You got the wrong one. And it ate just about everything else, and it did so by eating the future. Published in 1969 as Pigeonholing Named Difficult, Jencks's dissimilarity matrix of the relative influence of 34 architects of the day appropriated the then nascent technique of numerical taxonomy from a 1966 article in the Scientific American by one Robert R. Sokol. Sokal described how numerical taxonomy, newly augmented by computation, was now capable of processing a near infinite number of characters in calculating the relations between a set of unclassified individuals. Not unlike the mileage charts at the back of old road atlases, 34 columns in Charles's article and 34 rows assign a numerical value to the relational distance between pairs of architects. Each pairing appears twice at the so the intersection between, say, Kahn's column and Mies's row has the same value as the intersection between Mies's column and Kahn's row, though, you keep looking at it thinking, wouldn't it be great if they were different? Jencks rehearses Sokal's argument in his Pigeonholing Made Difficult article. Thanks to computation, the revolution of numerical taxonomy would increase taxonomic precision by eliminating prejudice or favor to a particular trait. So traditionally, taxonomists would use just one or two, possibly three traits at most. And by incorporating far more than the usual 2 or 3 characters, that is, to designate class to an unidentified individual. Taxonomy, then, once an art of judgment, is now a science of calculation and prediction. This comes at a price. If a property cannot be counted, it does not count, so only formal rather than behavioral traits enter the calculation. And secondly, and importantly, the sacrifice of nuanced understanding for predictive prowess. So no longer who your ancestors might have been, but who your offspring will be. The 6 characters that Jencks employs in his calculation of assigned dissimilarity values between his architect animals were, alas, not Sokal's hairiness, spottiness, taillessness, or flightlessness, which also would have been delightful, but a very odd set of characters: pragmatism, engineering, formalism, Frank Lloyd Wright, who I think was quite hairy, but I'm not sure, Mies van der Rohe, and Le Corbusier. And as you can see, 2 of the unclassified individuals appear as characters, which kind of slightly begs the question of what the numerical value of Wright's influence on Wright would be. Note, unlike traditional phylogeny, where the x-axis is time, here we have Linnaeus, Sokal's matrix can also be drawn this other way that Sokal drew it, as a phenogram, where the x-axis is no longer time, but degrees of difference. So time is gone. In its denial of time's passage, the matrix fixes us firmly in Friedrich Kittler's eternal present of computation. With numerical taxonomy, the natural optimization of evolution could even be mechanically proved by a purpose-designed set of animals, or indeed it could be purpose-designed architects, but here they're animals called caminicules, designed by Sokal's colleague Kamen, whom in a strange tautology would test the veracity of the new system that would ostensibly predict them in a predictive closed loop that has become the signature feature of the many systems that now curate our lives. So Jencks did not return to this diagram. He clearly deemed it a kind of cul-de-sac in his own thinking about architecture's own cul-de-sacs, and perhaps simply not cosmological enough in its world building. But reductive metricization does indeed build worlds, ours for instance. The metricization that fed the Cold War's appetite for prediction had, after all, procured the predictive nuclear missile interception by SAGE, predictive drafting in the form of snapping in Ivan Sutherland's Sketchpad, developed in the same Lincoln labs, predictive urban planning by IBM, predictive extraction of oil from network shallow wells where optimization cut its teeth by Shell, and predictive taxonomy by Sokal et al. A technique whose newfound promiscuity saw it classify, according to Sokal, everything from soils and diseases, politicians and plant communities, archaeological artifacts and oil-bearing strata, socioeconomic neighborhoods and psychological types, languages and television programs, rehearsing the ubiquity of its similarly promiscuous offspring, the spreadsheet. How the spreadsheet spreads.
Exactly. So where we go from here? In 2017, in an interview, Jencks insisted, we think with these diagrams, rivers, trees, you can't think outside metaphor. Given the indexicality of the spreadsheets that undoes the metaphor, how then we think with a spreadsheet? Do we even think with a spreadsheet, or we do something a bit like thinking, but slightly different. While the timeline uses the past in order to map the future, and vice versa, the spreadsheet, in erecting an apparently timeless reality, is now, paradoxically, the contemporary instrument par excellence of prediction. The spreadsheet does not paint or suggest futures, but determines them. The always already risk-stripped and thus optimized future. No redundancy escapes its analysis, except, of course, its own. The late David Graeber, in its already mentioned bullshit jobs that produce nothing, that they were vaporized tomorrow, no one will miss them, that ultimate exists to maintain the extreme center, are all beholden to the spreadsheet. High on its lists, by the way, academic administrators. The many instruments of measurement and improvement that now populate the spreadsheets that monitor and predict a school's performance, like this one, research outputs, course viability, risk assessment, feedback surveys, comprise an apparatus that, in its attempt to seemingly produce a meritocracy free from favor, has ironically made the spreadsheet a mediocrity engine per excellence. Like Almeasure, they change what they measure, as they relentlessly claim to predict education future with Oedipal determinism. The colonizing success of the litany of managerial acronyms that describe a school, govern its decisions, appointments, and funding, determine even the world protagonist of its discourse. Uplift, demonstrate, leverage, target, search, all words that strangely mean almost nothing. Many are not even sure if they are nouns or verbs. Each carry a history as idiosyncratic as the logic that enforces in the data they manage. They're coming from 1920s US psychology like LMS, Learning Management System, or maybe engineering like QA, Quality Assurance, or for 1940s education theories like SLO, Student Learning Outcomes. And of course, in the 1980s, corporate planning, you're familiar with SMART goals. The actuarial saturation reminds us that it's only by the utter denial of other criteria, of properties that cannot be measured yet, that a system can propound to be a word for which, as with all world building, the final goal is to be hermetic, to exclude, not to that which it cannot measure, but also their future. The spreadsheet is colonial. It's colonizing of the future. The spreadsheet does not conjure or avoid future, or to be more precise, it voices the future. It does not imagine or paint futures, it determines the future. As with all prediction, the impetus is compliance. For all its lightning speed agility, it freezes possibility. The spreadsheet rehearses the sacrifice of understanding for predictive prowess as it blinds us with its transparency, its objectivity. This is its formidable rhetorical impetus. At the same time, the spreadsheet asserts that it's not a diagram. For how could it be? Diagrams are rhetorical, they have agency. The spreadsheet propounds to have none. It's simply an organizational tool there to see what we cannot see. Diagrams understand the foolishness of their reductive vision, know that there is a more complicated world out there. The spreadsheet replaced that world. It never existed. The rhetorical power of the arch diagram that is the spreadsheet is predicated upon its insistence that it is not a diagram. The non-diagram that is the spreadsheet is now the digital twin of architecture school that, as always, incubates architecture's next future. Jencks' 34 architects are replaced by 34 managerial instruments that increasingly determine all, while latter-day Jencksian might organize them in a river-like timeline that will allow us to unveil, for example, how research indexes shift from an inconspicuous presence to a dictatorial superstructure, or why risk assessment start defining design briefs, or at which point online management systems become the mandatory communication channel between students and academics, we decide not to do this way. Instead, Jencks' abandoned matrix was reloaded with the most influential managerial acronyms of the day. True to so-called logics, the distance between each acronym pair is calculated only via what immediate and measurable features connect or separate them, such as general obfuscation index, grammatical readiness ratio, and in so doing, we brush aside our fear that architectural education is not the avant-garde of management thinking. It's rather a mediocre parvenu, or worse, a side effect or even a dumping ground. These systems arrive to our schools late and probably already outdated.
As the Cold War's pursuit of prediction comes home to roost, the dream that computation would permanently change our relations to the future was correct. It has. We've lost access to the future as a space that is reliably unknown, the ultimate space of experimentation and imagination. The mass metricization of data-driven platform capitalism, the neoliberal transactional logics it serves, the extreme center they uphold, the cloud capital amassed by the few from the many, have all seen to it that computation has given us not more but less future. In Architecture 2000, Jencks, quoting Fuller's "Where there's enough to go around, politics will become obsolete," answers no. Politics will become obsolete if computation is used not to give us freedom to discern, but to, quoting Jencks again, turn the whole world over to administrators, to erect a system that is closed for optimal prediction so that it will approach certainty without limit. He adds, most compellingly, for now, at best we would have well-fed sycophants. At worst we would live under the most successful form of totalitarianism ever known, where political action or shaping collective destiny had been perverted into occasional outbursts of violence. Yanis Varoufakis has rather famously recently named this most successful form of totalitarianism ever known that's recently snuck up on us as techno-feudalism. Returning to Jencks's matrix, like Sokol's, like the mileage charts they both appropriate, it incorporates constitutional redundancy. The top triangle, for all its efficiency, simply duplicates what is below. Redundancy in any system is a space ripe for its decolonization, and the various apparatuses of cognitive capitalism have plenty. Any occasional outburst of violence, though, only confirms that central to the banality of mediocrity, to invoke Arendt on evil, is that if you bring thought to bear on it, if you try to cut through the dreary surface, you find nothing there. But the surface cut to ribbons produces more paper than logically possible. The spreadsheet is out of joint. As the new site of a production of historical excess, the spreadsheet out of joint welcomes that which refuses to be predicted, that which arrives despite the obstacle race of prediction's instrument, to render it newly full of dysphoric possibility. Thank you.
You should just be. I'm good. Yeah, you can. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon, everyone. There we go. I'm Curry J. Hackett, here wishing that Charles was here with me, but we're going to talk a little bit about how we got to the diagrams, but also some of the textures, both of who we are as people that we're bringing to that work, and then lastly, talk a bit about the kind of work that the diagrams that we ended up coming with can do, both in practice potentially and in the academy. this is what Charles looks like. Charles reached out to me about a year ago to work on this. He was invited by Eflux to do this. I always joke that whenever Charles and I are in the same room with each other, I always feel about this small. He has just such an encyclopedic, sort of brilliant knowledge of architectural history and the provenances of certain cultures that kind of converge to create what we now know is, I think, a lot of contemporary architectural history and thought. I'm bringing a bit of a different texture. I'm coming from, most of my work is commemorative and narrative in nature, typically looking like public art, and more recently thinking about how Black culture can serve a role or play a larger role in how we think about place and architecture. And if I can be just a bit self-referential here, or autobiographical here, just to kind of show, I guess how I got to this work, or my place in this work. I grew up in a small town in the rural southern Virginia, right along the Atlantic coast, in a small farming village just outside of this town called Farmville. That's the actual name of the place. And my mom's side of the family has owned and cultivated and stewarded land for several generations, dating back to the 19th century at least. The photo on the right is me. I'm not sure who's helping who there feed those chickens, but that's me and my great uncle. And on the left is a photo. If you grew up in the rural South in the States, this would have been a common scene of essentially anything that that can hold water and hold soil is fair game for it to be repurposed as a planter. So sometimes that means bathtubs, sometimes it means toilets, sometimes it means sinks. Anyway, this is the nature of that place where I'm coming from. And I guess if I could sum these two images down into two keywords, I would say ingenuity and kinship are kind of animating the nature of this place. Then left Farmville to go to DC. I studied at Howard University, which is a historically Black and now still predominantly Black institution in DC, formed just a couple of years after the American Civil War. So there are currently 106 institutions that are still in existence like this in the States, but this is one of the first. And I like to just pause here a little on Howard, because it is this place where historically Black folks have just are allowed to kind of occupy space freely. This is there was another photo I went to show, but of Drake doing a cameo. But I'll just talk about this Greek organization. So the Yard, which is the screenshot here, with this aerial image, we call it the upper quadrangle. We call it simply the Yard. Is this confluence of all these emergent Black cultural rituals that take place in this, I don't know, quarter acre or so of green space there. And I put these two places in context with each other, Farmville and this urban campus in the nation's capital, in context with each other because they constitute what I consider, and others have written about, as Black landscapes. So these places that are built for and by and with Black people. But I also think that they have different relationships with time. We've talked about time quite a bit today. So I think rather than thinking of time as a linear thing, I think both of these places there's both a kind of deep time, right? Both there's an imagining or there's a capacity to imagine a deep future and a deep past and formulate relationships of those past and futures, but also there is a lot of culture that is made at the scale of the everyday. And so there's I think, a case to be made for studying the so-called mundane. And that is in context with, I think, some of the diagrams throughout time that we're reacting to for our work, in which the time is placed generally on a kind of more linear basis as a means of control and enclosure, of enclosing time. We know that. Many of our heroes, I think, in the traditional canon of architecture also knew this. Frank Lloyd Wright is quoted saying, "Is his machine the tool in which his opportunity lies, can only murder the traditional forms of other peoples of earlier times. He must find new forms and new industrial ideas," right? So there's this kind of hierarchical reading of time or registering of time that I think we're trying to push back against and offer new alternatives to. Similarly, Sir Bannister Fletcher's Tree of Architecture shows this kind of top-down reading of architectural history, where Egyptian and Peruvian architectures are placed somehow in the distant past, and of course all the other stuff that we normally learn about in architectural history is placed further up, which is to say more recent and will always be relevant. In contrast, I think some of the references we were looking at, Rosalind Krauss's Sculpture in the Expanded Field, is trying to propose, again, nonlinear ways of reading of time and situating place along a kind of XY axis. We were, of course, referencing the Brooks slave ship graphic, which was first published in the late 18th century, actually by an abolitionist, Thomas Clarkson. But these plans are of an actual ship, the Brooks, which was an enclosure of 609 trafficked Africans. So this was a sort of, I think, a really germinal image in sort of naming the horrors of the slave trade and the Middle Passage. And that ultimately led to how we wanted to, I think, reorder or even bring in tropes that are considered maybe outside of the frame of traditional architecture, or outside of the frame of architectural study. This is one of the very first iterations of that work. We were trying to think of different ways of thinking of how we can register the slave ship as this enclosure of these tropes that are kind of gathered in a sort of a la carte way, as a function of the Western attitudes of the time and embedded within the colonial project. We ended up with sort of 3 drawings that I'll talk to briefly. This one was the racialization of architectural tectonics. So looking at a couple different tracks of thought, of tectonic thought, and how they, over time, and how their relationship with whether or not they're bearing the capacity to talk about race, sort of in their theory and logic. So you're going to see some pluses in which they're kind of positively charged towards talking about race, and then minus where they're moving away from that tendency. And there's some places where they actually converge, where they're both trying to do that, reconcile with race in their own way. Similarly, like the discursive footnotes of tectonic theory is doing something similar, but it's kind of mapping the time in on itself. You can think of this as a kind of plan view of a Mobius strip. So we're trying to again think of time in a nonlinear way. And essentially trying to thicken the descriptions thicken the way that we talk about time as it pertains to tectonic theory. And we ended up here as I think of the 3 diagrams is the primary attempt to spatialize how these tropes have been gathered, and in a kind of a la carte way. Here on the main deck of this slave ship, you have tropes that are, I would say, closer to the body or are embodied. And then as you go down to below deck and into the cargo hold, those become tropes that are, I guess, kind of that are structuring a lot of architectural form, at least in some of those earlier eras, like in the Bannister Fletcher diagram. And then on the right, we have this sort of phylogenetic, taking inspiration from other sort of graphic and diagrammatic traditions to map dozens, and this is, of course, very incomplete, as others have noticed and noted in the exercise of diagramming. But I would say, to pause here, I think we see this set of diagrams both as an account of what is left out of the register of the canon, while also an invitation to invite new canons into that frame, if not refusing canonization altogether. And so I think this was both us kind of grappling with, I think, the architecture history that we both learned in school, while also thinking about like, what would architecture look like if we were maybe those professors, or what can architecture history look like now that we are in positions to affect those spaces. Oh, these are just some details, I guess. Okay. And I think I'll just end with, I think the kind of work that I think these diagrams might do. I'll just mention a bit of some of the teaching that I've done that's put some of this work or thinking into practice, as well as some exercises that I'm doing even in my own practice that I've learned through this exercise. And I'll just quote Stephanie Dinkins here, who is a sort of a preeminent voice in trying to put race into the context of artificial intelligence. And she's coined this really beautiful term that's been really useful for me, Afro-nowism. And I think that's her trying to react to the idea of Afrofuturism. Again, being concerned primarily with the everyday, the subjectivities that operate or more that produce culture at the scale of the everyday. She says, Afro-nowism asks how we might liberate our minds from this infinite loop of repression and oppositional thinking that America has imposed on those of us forcibly enjoined to this nation. And so she asks, not only what injustices are you fighting against, but what do you, in your heart of hearts, want to create, right? So I think thinking of, in this case, Black cultural production as both emergent and kind of being trafficking in this deep time. And then similarly, Octavia Butler says, you've got to make your own worlds. You've got to write yourself in. Whether you are part of the greater society or not, you got to write yourself in. So these are both ideas that I'm sitting with in my own teaching. 2 classes that I co-taught with an emergent anti-racist social justice academic network, Dark Matter U, are both dealing with ideas of Black performance and Black means of making. The one on the left is a studio that was co-taught with Jaleesa Bloomberg at Carleton University, which is in Ottawa. We looked at Black modes of performance, these projects or tropes that organize everyday Black life in the States. And invited the students to actually come up with diagrams that are trying to essentially invent new ways of drawing what are essentially soft uses of space, and thinking of Black culture as an invitation for us to think about space in terms that are less concerned with kind of hard encodings of inness and outness, public and private, individual and collective. So this is Lorraine doing a drawing of Double Dutch. Mm-hmm. Similarly, Alia was mapping bodily movements to go-go, beating your feet, which is a dance done to go-go, which is a hyper regionally specific genre of music in DC. And, there we go. Okay. And then in my own work that has kind of, I'm sorry that the photo's so blurry, I don't know why that happened. That is learning from the work that's done through the diagram. Again, kind of adopting an obsession with the everyday. And looking at Black means of making, in this case, the Black quilting tradition, and have been using AI tools like Midjourney to consider a world in which these kinds of tropes are actually a kind of new canon that might inspire new material languages. So in my case, I've been using Midjourney to imagine quilting as a kind of absurdist architectural material, and coming up with images like this. So in this case, churches, homes, and even trying to implicate the labor of those quilts in the image on the right. Woven baskets, which was one of the tropes that we named in the slave ship diagram. The Gullah Geechee community in South Carolina is known for weaving sweetgrass, braiding sweetgrass into baskets. And so the thinking here is if this knowledge is had at the scale of the body, the scale of the object, surely this knowledge could be scaled up to that of, say, a wall assembly. Right. So what if the Black people or Black women are weaving homes out of sweetgrass? Again, having these images are kind of inviting you to suspend belief. But I think the work that Charles and I are concerned with is on the one hand, like we have to reconcile with how architecture has been sort of sorted, but also think in new ways about how we might consider map time and knowledge in architectural thought. So, thank you all.
Thank you all very much for these wonderful presentations. I found it quite amazing how all of you kind of embraced the claustrophobia of the interior that Mark spoke about in the morning, but then all, I think, in your own unique ways, really found ways of breaking out, right? Or of at least negotiating that relationship with the outside and taking control of that. So I hope we'll be able to speak more about this, but I want to hand it over to our respondents. First, I'll maybe start with Vidya, and then we can go to John.
Hi, so I think this, for me, is probably more of a reflection and also just like a straight up response. And it's more, I think, to mold what you were saying in terms of like the diagram as a form of making versus the diagram as a form of representation. And also the process of making that, because obviously there's been like a massive shift and everyone's working, not everyone, but a lot of people are working through mirror boards. So then that becomes like this whole thing of unfolding time in a linear manner is already shifted. And that whole idea of peeling back historical layers is also shifted because you can keep moving in infinite space and this infinite board with infinite voices, which I already think is something that all of us are starting to work through, because then that removes that singular voice of the author. Because again, yes, that that sort of like a decision of how that becomes represented is multiple voices collapsed into one world that's been described through the lens of the diagram, which I find really, really interesting. And as a unit, we're also trying to work through that and starting to look at like how and what are we measuring. And that also goes back to, I guess, Curry's diagram of like double Dutch. Because then again, everything that you said in terms of the a la carte, it's like all of this, like we've got like a world of history of like diagrams that we're picking from and how we re-representing that, because we're, let's say for example, for us, we're really interested in the daily ritual, so that's the everyday, and using methods that we already see and we know to exist, and looking at it and sort of trying to figure out how do we find our voices which aren't like, let's say for example, mine isn't predominantly Western, but a lot of my architectural education is one that is Western. So again, trying to document things that, like measuring things in a, like clashing between two different cultures, I find sort of the challenge and sort of the critique and sort of where I'm interested in seeing what happens in this new form of measuring time and the diagram. So, yeah.
Does anyone want to respond to those comments? No?
I think your observation about the use of mirror and other things as a means of getting away from the individual author is spot on. The danger with it is that it's kind of never ending, and that the mirror board just presents this endless kind of sighted possibility, and it's when you actually stop it. And I think that's, you can see in the archive of the Jencks library, you can see Charles really struggling, and that kind of absolute focus on a single drawing, and that's all he had, yeah? And therefore there's only so much you can do by manipulating that single drawing. Whereas the mirror board, and it's just endless possibility. And I think one has to negotiate between the openness and actually the which also kind of architecture students, like, let's say, love prevaricating. So mirror board's just perfect for that. Yeah, you just go on and on, and so as a kind of site of prevarication, it's fantastic. So how do you move from that into something which is really precise, like the Jencks ones are? I think is an interesting discussion.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like that kind of that infinite possibility is very much what actually Francesca and Nerzi, you're representing in this kind of the infinite computability of the same, right? So I also wonder like where within, like how you kind of draw a boundary and, you know, press print. Is it, you know, I'm thinking, you know, Vito Acconci's process was, there was no beginning and end, there was just a deadline when he had to stop working, right? But yeah, so I think that there's an interesting kind of tension there between the methods that you're speaking about as the space of kind of openness and computability in your logic of the spreadsheet as well.
I guess we're talking about the spreadsheet at the desk of the person working for the outfit that's harvesting all the money from the Miro board. So we're talking about the apparatus behind the apparatus, and it doesn't feel like infinite possibility in that apparatus. I think it feels like actually infinite constraint, or I think at some point we said, ultimately prediction, the project of a lot of prediction is compliance. And, the Byung-Chul Han coercion, master's freedom could be kind of re-rehearsed as coercion masters, what do we call it? Meritocracy, or, what is the kind of window dressing going on with the way spreadsheet logics are deployed? So the Miro board is wonderful. The Miro board allowed us to flip an architecture school online in a few days in Australia, as everyone did here too, but then it doesn't, like Jeremy, it doesn't, what's the resistance that the Miro board throws up, What's the resistance of the biro running out, or you run out of a piece of paper that Charles had that you see in all of those things? And I think resistance in a medium is really important. And it's kind of, I'm kind of thinking off the top of my head is there's a kind of how do we reappropriate the resistance of the spreadsheet for our purposes? And, Ötzi and I completely realized talking to this school about management of architecture education is hopeless, because this is the only school on the planet that's not completely run by a spreadsheet yet. But all the other schools out there are, I'm sure. We were hoping that you were beginning to smell it in the air, and you might have a sense of what we're warning about. Yeah.
Yeah, I love the idea of the resistance that a given platform, even if it's paper, offers, the borders of that paper offer you, because I think you were talking about how different cultural groups, especially there's a power dynamic and how the relationship between those two cultural groups. The people that are coming from like a subaltern, that are subaltern in that dynamic, I think generally are comfortable with the limits of the platform that they're given, because I think I'm just thinking about jazz, for instance. Having to be written down in the first place, right, is ultimately using a Western tradition of music making, which is putting pitches into 12 discrete places across a discrete pocket of time, like a bar. But that doesn't fully encapsulate, that's a diagram, right, essentially, of the music that's played, but not actually the tradition of the playing of the music, right? It doesn't fully capture the call and the response, it doesn't fully capture what other quotes that these people are putting together when they're playing the composition. It also doesn't really fully encapsulate the interplays between collective output and individual contributions. So I think, I think historically there are a lot of people that are actually really comfortable thinking outside of the box, so to speak. Knowing that they know how to fill in the gaps between the limitation of that tool and the possibilities that are there on the table, if that makes sense.
Okay, I think we'll go to John now.
Thank you, Nick. This is a moment of anxiety, and of course, in thinking anxiety,
like today, one has to think of word space and how Anthony really managed to articulate many of the anxieties for many people in the room. So I wanted to thank Mark for dedicating today to not the memory, but to the life of Anthony Vidler. It's a moment of anxiety across the day because everyone who has been presenting today, and I think also those who have been responding, have been really anxious in redressing the beautiful drawing of Charles Jencks. And this was, of course, an intimation by Lily, by Esther, by Nick. Can you redress the wrongs? Can you reorganize in that diagram what is missing? And what is missing, of course, is not what goes in the white blobs, but it's really trying to rearticulate that space. So this moment of anxiety that I see and sense throughout the day is, I think, to understand that maybe that drawing is really political in more than just indicating the connection between fascism, bureaucracy, and neo-fascism. It's political in the way in which it addresses capture, or the other side of capture, which is of being captive, or being held in the hold. It's emancipation. So we've seen today, maybe more in the first session of the afternoon than today, moments of trying to redress the wrong. And so my comment, because nothing more than a comment today, is trying to, and I'm anxious in trying to do this because the work that has been presented is so rich and so stimulating. But we've seen a growth curve. And the growth curve is paradoxical because it's like one of those situations where you look at the drawings and you don't know if it's a duck or a rabbit. Because of course, everything along that growth curve was seen by those pushing, maybe through the infrastructure of spreadsheets, for improvement, for the good. But of course, it's like the duck and the rabbit, you start seeing that it's actually full of bads. And so you become anxious. No, the bad in Ulrich Beck's term. So that diagram is nothing else, of course, than the discovery, the sudden intrusion to be with Isabel Stengers of the fact that the beautiful, all-capturing drawing of Charles Jencks was projected against an inert backdrop. And suddenly the backdrop is really intruding on all of us and we become anxious. And this is really the problematic that Mould stated. Suddenly what is at stake is not a notion of progress or not, but it's really the fact that we thought we were right in our notions of progress and suddenly it's bad. It's like a flip side. So how do we redress the fact that we got it wrong? How is it possible to redress? How do we bring it back into the structures or into the drawing that first ignored it? And then there's obviously the similar discussion. How do you bring back in Francesca Nurzi's work those nuances, those subtleties, the incalculable love into architecture if what is running us is just predictive measurement? Again, the question of being captivated and being caught by the structures that we inhabit. And I think this is really what emerges today. They will start with Mark Wigley or Witty-Mark with indicating that the drawing is what makes Charles Jencks, but then it's only Charles Jencks. It's only Charles Jencks. But everybody is returning to that. it's really interesting for me that the politics of this returning is always there. No, it's not that, no, even in the beautiful presentation that is still looming on us of the shipped. What does it mean to be shipped? What does it mean to operate in a structure of constant certification of origin, which is on large part what history in architecture deals with. I think it's looming again. No? So my comment, and it's really anxious comment, is about being warped. And I think that the amazing thing of the day has been how the drawing allows everyone to return to it. And that is really a remarkable storytelling. In a story, not in history, but in a story, when you're in chapter 15, you know very well what was said in chapter 1. And you anticipate what is happening next. No, you want to read forward. So what is going on in all 3 presentations, but really throughout the day, for me, it's a really incredible rediscovery of storytelling, or telling stories. And this is really where I think that the anxiety then is facilitated by the work of Anthony Vidler. Because what happens is that you simultaneously are dealing with a fact and the fact that it was made. And the reason why we're going back to Charles Jencks' diagram is that you can always go left, go right, avoid the gap, avoid fascism, but you can always connect and overlap. And I think this is really what happens today. You know? Francesca Nurzi's work and this threat on the architectural thinking that comes from desolate runoffs of obsolete management technologies is all there. Don't give direction to simple word meaning relations. You cannot isolate. You cannot ever isolate. You can never distinguish. You should never distinguish. Or better, and maybe it is the anxiety that then is rewarded in workspace. You should always overlap. But there's no overlaps in Charles Jencks. You can only repeat the name in different places. So this is really the puzzling thing. And I just wanted to ask you really all about what do you think about the overlaps missing? And this is really the anxious moment, and I close it here. What about overlaps?
I'm not sure I can do overlaps, but I think your whole thing about anxiety is important, and I think that particularly we have to recognise the anxiety, obviously collectively, as to the kind of the geopolitics of the world, but also in relation to the generation of my students, in which their anxiety is sometimes paralysing, and how we are able to give them some kind of collective, or work with them on some collective way, which isn't so just kind of therapy, about relieving that anxiety. And the word that what we're pursuing more as mould is not so much anxiety, but the state of vulnerability, which particularly climate breakdown induces in everything, in every institution, in every individual, in every beyond human. And that state of vulnerability is one which, if you look at people like Judith Butler, using vulnerability, working through the whole kind of modes of vulnerability into seeing maybe in embracing and facing vulnerability that you find a mode of resistance. So I think that anxiety can be paralysing, and I think is paralysing for many of the generation of the students in this room. Vulnerability, I think, is something which one can potentially work with more productively.
Who's managing this? Can I say something?
I don't know. Did either of you want to respond?
Oh, it's the first going around the table.
If that's okay.
Yeah. I could throw off a quick note, maybe, but something we were talking about last night. I've been thinking a lot about Tiffany King's The Black Shoals, and when she talks about the shoal as this thickened border between land and sea. And so if you're coming from the water, it requires a slower encounter to the land. And she uses that as a metaphor throughout the book to talk about, especially as it pertains to Black history and culture, how we have to hold that in context with all of these other kind of contexts that that poke holes or push and pride at what the so-called Black condition. And so I think that's also maybe what we were grappling with in our project. That's I think why we tried to spatialize it using an assembly diagram, like even thinking of the slave ship as an assemblage, or history, Western, as it's mapped in a lot of Western thought as an assemblage of ideas. But at the end of the day, it's even the two-dimensional reading of these diagrams is in a way a limitation. I think that's probably the purchase of the exhibit, being able to see these ideas in the round and experience them with multiple senses, and to taste with our fingers and to smell with our ears. And, I think all of that, we have to think about how does that relate, how can those ways of reading, how can that get mapped onto architectural practice and scholarship?
Following from what Curry said, and I immensely enjoy this open assemblage of the boat that you guys have been working on. It's kind of very interesting. What Charles was, one thing he really wanted to get from numerical taxonomy, as we understand it, from Sokol, was the promise of a taxonomic system that ultimately would be more tolerant, that would be more articulate about difference, that could incorporate an infinite number of traits. And Sokol writes, and then Charles also rehearses, that this could ultimately be diagrammatized, representation technologies aren't there yet. Ideally, you want 20 traits and 20 dimensions, and now I'm just going to have to settle for 3. But it was a poison chalice in a way. I'm of the view, as you might disagree, because the price was, yes, but we can only deal with traits that we can measure. So we exclude behavior. So you're kind of opening one door and shutting the other. And if there's one thing that we are learning more and more keenly as our crisis progresses, is that actually practice, performance, behavior is so much more important. The things that we can't measure is so much more important than the things that we can measure. And, I hear the braiding sweetgrass in your braiding sweetgrass. It's an amazing book. I think Charles's warning about, yes, but only if computation is not used too, was so prescient. And many aspects of computation have been used to do precisely the things Charles was warning us about. The fault is not with computation, the fault is with us and how we've used it. And we've overly signed up to an excessive metricization of, which by definition excludes everything we can't measure. So our horizons are shrunk around that. And so there is, in buying into one form of more tolerance, more overlap, more differentiation, inadvertently, an unintended consequence, and it's to do, again, with how it's been used. It could have been used differently, and hopefully it will be used differently. We've lost overlap.
Should we go to a question? Yeah.
Just, okay. Just some reflections and comments, maybe for the benefit. I somehow feel, I've only seen this session, that somehow the conference is a missed opportunity relative to Charles's work. And I don't think there is in this panel any substantive topic or theme or coherence. And that's why I find the discussion also a little bit dissatisfying. But I do find it's great to have a symposium on Charles Jencks.
Brendan, did you just say you have only attended one session? And you're now making a blanket?
No, I'm only talking about this session.
No, just replay what you said.
And I saw the diagrams upstairs, and I do think, anyway.
I haven't heard bullshit like that for a long time. I want to say it again, Patrick, that you were not here for the conference, but here is your diagnosis of why the conference is so disappointing. Do you stand with dignity, or do you stand like a fool?
I don't want it to be overly adversarial.
Then don't.
So what I'm missing, so let's say, I don't know, it seems the way this thing was initiated and posed, giving these diagrams and then just using them as a kind of graphic and diagramming, and not the substantive interest of Charles Jencks, which I'm really excited about, namely is the progress, the discursive and creative progress of the field, the discipline and reality of architecture through its influence networks, ramifications, convergences, influences from the outside, like semiology, which he was critically involved in bringing into the field. His great books like Ad Hocism, in like 69, then 1976, the Diagram of Postmodern Architecture, and trying to coin and use the discursive self-reflection of forming, defining these movements, helping them along, and so on. And I think that's great to have Mark here, because I remember that Charles Jencks was electrified when somebody else now stepped forward, like Mark, and defined kind of deconstructivism. I was in the conference where Mark was speaking when Charles was there, and I think it was quite electrifying. But I also want to mention, I bought into this, a lot of these themes. I love this way of looking at the field and the discipline and its creative progress. And of course, there were many movements converging into postmodernism and then diverging out of it, and deconstructivism following out of this. I was also part of my history. And then when I came up a few years later with parametrism, he was absolutely electrified. He sought me out at the Venice Biennale. He was staying in the front row, challenging me, discussing it. I gave a talk a few years later at the Royal College of Art, the theory of styles. He sat in the front row and we had a challenging debate. And I think that's truly interesting. And I think we should debate this. And I have now, by the way, just these days, a new book coming out, Techno-optimism, the latest stage of parametricism, and we should look at what should be the direction.
Patrick,
yeah.
I think we got the drift of it. But one of the discussions we've been having earlier is the problematic of the diagram being consisting of egotistical maniacs.
Okay, no, these are movements which have labels, which where certain figures play a certain role, but they're much bigger than certain figures. It has nothing to do with egomania. And I think it's a problem. That's a discipline. It's discourse and creativity and resources and formal resources and values. It's forms of urbanism. And somehow when Jeremy, when you suddenly you want to kind of reinvent architecture as being is climate, as if the whole agenda of architecture is now kind of engineering the degrowth agenda, which is highly idiosyncratic, totally marginalized, really, when it comes to your position. I don't think that's, Jencks would have anything to do with that.
Patrick, we're not interested in impressing Charles here. And
no, I understand that.
But I'm sorry that you don't find the work that in this panel particularly interesting or relevant to you, or that you don't identify with it. The previous panel dealt with architectural history in a sense that you might be identifying with. There might be more specific architects on those diagrams other than this, but I think what we're trying to do here is to think about what new forms of practice might there be necessary for the perpetuation of the architectural discipline as we see it. This is, I feel like you're speaking to something that is not present here, and that's not a particularly generative or productive
I do think
discussion.
that you don't have a topic, you speak past each other with formal papers which have no connection. And I just saw the diagram of Mario Capu, where you actually at the heart of the topic. And anyway, I just wanted to I felt somehow that many people might be equally frustrated and I give them something worthwhile joining this debate. And with this I stop. I didn't meant to be overly adversarial, and I know that most conferences have this character, by the way, so I'm not particularly blaming you, but I think there's a kind of, it's set too abstract, so there's no connection between the discourses.
That might be the case for you, but we have explicitly decided to organize the symposium to speak about methodologies of diagramming and to think about diagrams as such. We are not taking for granted what operativity or what function diagrams have and the logics and the rationales behind them. And in this panel, I believe that the critiques of Jencksian methods have come to a head, and that is what we are discussing here. We are not discussing. This is a departure from Jencks. Sorry, Charles.
I guess, I don't know if anyone wanted to respond to what John was saying before, or if we should move to the final session to connect all the ideas that we've been discussing today, before going up to see these incredible diagrams in their physical form. So, did anyone on the panel want to say anything else before we open it up to a bigger discussion?
I do, because, let's reclaim our conversation. I think I've been thinking all day about what is the ground here? What is the ground against all of these diagrams drawn? Some of the diagrams are even off the ground, but they have a ground. And I mean ground in terms of a kind of figure ground thinking. And obviously for us, we sliced through the ground. So there's a kind of slightly different relationship going on there. But there is, in all of them, in a sense, if you think about the ground in Charles's original drawings and how that becomes the landscape in Bryony and Abriana's, the ground literally becomes the ground again. I think there's something very, very present and very ambiguous about this maybe inevitable repetition of some kind of ground state. We're not talking about it, and we don't know what it is, and it keeps reappearing with different hats on. I just think it's kind of interesting, but I don't know.
Are we already in the round table? No? Not yet? I just think that maybe that's another way to transition into conversation that actually does claim the contribution of the entire day. And I think what Francesca said is extremely important. We've spoken about the ground as a kind of spatial element, but also as a purely temporal construct in the original graph. And then in a number of variations, I would call it Jencks variations and extensions, there's a very complex overlap between what is being understood as the ground and whether it's two-dimensional, three-dimensional, four-dimensional, six-dimensional. I just learned that there's such thing. So we are talking about what is being represented, whether it's space or time, or is it space-time, and how complex and multidimensional that might be. And I think every one of the contributors had a very strong position on what they're mapping and what is their position on space-time, and whether architecture for them is primarily temporally described as evolution, progress, genealogies, offsprings, and ancestors, or whether it's actually more of this horizontal set of relations, and they're not really understood as a literal physical space, so they are not understood as hopping between temporal points on the Jencksian original striation, but it's actually truly a field of relationships. And I think that in that sense, these new diagrams make a very powerful contribution in the way how the discipline might be organized and where those pockets. I really liked the moments where there's rivers of blood, where some feminist practices drown, or there are cracks of visionary spike of utopian thought appearing. So that's the multidimensionality for me. And I do think that these contribution had a series of very strong themes running through, and they actually add up at a very strong cultural kind of collective endeavor. So thank you so much.
Thank you.
Let's end on that.
Yeah, so let's take maybe a 5-10 minute break, and then let's come back together for kind of a final roundtable conclusion summation. So thank you all.
Something collaborative and long-term with all the participants, and we were hoping that this is becoming a new way, a new modus operandi that can become useful and productive for you. So the reason for which it eventually, it kind of manifests itself in the exhibition, which I will also have to say so much thanks to the AA team and Manijay and Harriet putting so much work into this, beyond what we could ever expect. But, you will be able to see it, and that is a representational moment of it. But, what is the real driving behind this project is really to kind of see how this project eventually evolve and help you to push your practice forward. And it's so beautiful to see that there's so many projects that really respond to that really well, and wonderful to see mold evolving the diagrams. And I have seen so many new iterations of that, and the students engaging with it, and the open source second part diagram for Brian and Avery. So this is something that is really, really encouraging, and it's something that we are hoping that is going to continue to grow. And so we all know that it's impossible to write a total history, and there is no such thing as objective history. And yet it's such an existential question for all of us individually. It's, I think it's a kind of a human nature to engage with that. So, we know that we are set up for failure as historians, as an art historian. I'm very much aware of that, working with historic materials, archives constantly. And yet it is a failure that is worthwhile, I think, to experience and confront. So we have, if we think about history as images through these diagrams, we have 6 wonderful new images that we can compare. And then maybe that's for further conversation, how and what is maybe I would like to open up that question to all the participants. What is the common project behind this? Now that we had a whole day together reflecting about the various different diagrams, and you had the opportunity to listen to each other's presentation in depth, if you can identify those similarities or the common,
I guess maybe while everyone's thinking about that, we can hear some reflections from you as well, Mark, as someone who spoke at the beginning of the day, but also has been thinking about not just these diagrams, but diagramming as maybe a tool, practice, etc. for some time.
Well, a couple of thoughts maybe. Of course, as a member of the Historians Union, very excited that the work of a historian is generating all of this energy and conversation. So, purely sort of selfish grounds. If there's hope for Charles, there's hope for all of us, sort of thing. But at another level, it seems to me, well, I think it's a magnificent project. I really admire it, and I would be enormously annoyed if there's not some more drawings. And I also was struck by the fact that they were collaborative drawings. That already marks a big difference from Charles, and I think maybe that also marks a kind of different sensitivity to how things are produced and so on. And I thought that in each case the projects were incredibly polemical in identifying specific sort of blind spots or exclusions, not so blind but exclusions. And therefore I immediately imagined that it would be very important to continue and add a few more obvious blind spots to the list, because in each case, not only is it a matter of registering that, but I wondered to what extent, as it were, mapping racialization, mapping feminism in its multiplicity and so on, each of the mapping the effects of Excel's, the empire of the Excel Street, this kind of mapping might have a reverse impact on those that work in those areas. So in other words, it could be that scholars and architects work on those questions, deal with this puzzle that you've given them of how to represent that, and that representation might have generative effects, beyond in their own work. So I kind of feel like adding, for example, sort of more sort of spectral concerns, like spectrums of mental health, of ableisms and so on. One can just imagine, and even returning to, class, or, like, which maybe was already there in the basis of it. So that would be the first observation. The second observation was, in every case, the kind of crisis of the drawing/diagram becomes clear. And the point I would make there is, it seems to me it would be crazy not to do this because of that, because why would one assume that any other thing you would want to do doesn't have the same problems? So in other words, if you are looking at, if the problem is the sort of totalizing capacity of a drawing, why do you imagine that you stay away from the drawing and you will be, as it were, less totalizing? That seems to me singularly unbelievable, number one. Number two, the reverse side of that totalizing is kind of impossible. It's also impossible to do anything without totalizing. So extraordinarily ambitious general claims about character, life, are made routinely in everyday life. They're not like the grand conspiracy theories of academics or secret armies behind computer banks or data centers. Actually, the ways in which you order, if I order a coffee, I order a coffee. Like, what have I done there? Like, and if you're into coffee, there is no such thing as a coffee, right? There's, so in other words, and what do you mean order? And who am I ordering? And what skin color do I have? What color skin does the person giving to me have? What, and so on and so on and so on. So, and then there is a third point, if only I could remember it, which is sort of about, I do think every now and then I return to these drawings of Charles, and I have, as you know, I tend to think of them today in more landscape terms, but landscape understood as interior. But originally, I really saw them as works of as having the ambitions of total works of art. So they were, in a sense, 19th century in the attempt to construct not just an interior, but a kind of fully designed interior. There's no blind, it's kind of the great, you design a space with no blind spots, which is because it's all blind spot, right? But all you have is this one thing. And I think this is really was the mission in that. So I think there is something deeply romantic in that. And if you're with Walter Benjamin, maybe you would say, okay, the total interior of the 19th century was escape, was really refuge. So I wonder to what extent Jencks was trying to create a refuge for the architectural discipline in that moment of the 60s. Remember, 67, John McHale does a special issue of architectural design called 2000 Plus. Like, the 2000 thing was not in any way Charles. It was an enormous movement. There was whole armies of so-called futurists that were galvanizing around there. And you can, as it were, see Charles trying to engineer a place for architects. So if it's a total interior, it was designed for us, like fragile, vulnerable, precarious kind of creature, maybe not worthy of saving. But I again would just flip to today and say, okay, today, where we speak so easily about the crisis of humanity, of the planet, now we speak far too easily. Surely an enormously total, I'll give you an example of what I finish, but here's an example of a totalizing claim, the Anthropocene argument. Right? The Anthropocene argument says the horrible human is now a geological force destroying the planet. The accusation is, that this is a horrific creature, but what more totalizing claim could there be than that there is a single species who is operating at the scale of the planet? So in other words, exactly in the middle of our attempt to resist totalizing claims, we re-engineer them. So I think could be some value in looking at escape. This escape could be also how do you dance in the streets without feeling like you're going to be imprisoned or beaten up? Like, how do you carve out modes of survival? And I thought a number of the drawings indicated how alternative practices were set up as forms of there was some degree of refuge there. Not safe space, I hate the idea, horrific idea, but something like this. And I think your mapping then, in a way you could understand your mapping project is sort of mapping out territories that our species, the architectural species, has managed to kind of carve out alternatives. And in that sense, I totally buy the claim that was made several times today that in the middle of these drawings, one can find zones of escape or kind of counter logics or irritations or gaps and cracks and so on. One didn't have to necessarily draw them, but they're there. And they were certainly there in Jencks's original drawings. These are not as totalizing as they would like to be, right? They were, it was, you know, if they were, he would have stopped drawing, right? They were like very fragile attempts. And I to this day, think that Charles was shocked at how influential they were. Like he could just get away with it. And no one would get up and say, blob number 3 should be slightly thicker or slightly thinner. And he, at a certain point, realized that means we wanted it. We wanted it. We didn't, we wanted it. So to some extent, we wanted Jencks. What do we want now? It would be something like the question.
Yeah. I mean, I think all of these observations are really a terrific way to start opening it up to everyone here. And I think also why it's so exciting for us to have these diagrams in the center of School of Architecture. Because I think that bigger conversation needs to happen in terms of like how all those 6 diagrams continue to talk to each other, but also talk to the issues that students are addressing every day that they're in this building. So with that, I'd like to open it up to anyone who'd like to contribute. Jeremy, you have the microphone.
I think what Nick said is really important, which is that the trouble is with a room like that up there, they're presented as beautiful, finite, finished objects, whereas diagrams are always provisional. And therefore they're always also points of provocation or to be finished by others. They're like those lists, yeah? 10 greatest, if I tweeted the 10 greatest Bob Dylan songs now, I would get 50,000 new followers by the end of the day because everyone would start arguing with it. And I think diagrams need to be almost like that. It's like Michael Sorkin's amazing list of 250 things every architect should know, which is, it's a pure thing of provocation. He doesn't mean it as a definitive list at all. He means it so that we can all go in. And I think if you see diagrams like that, i.e. as places of entry rather than places of kind of stopping, then they become much more useful. That came from Antti as well.
You said it to me earlier. I was also going to add, just in terms of the kind of, the project's all been a complete disaster, etc. For us, when we were invited, we had not really thought about using diagrams as a method of working, right? In a sort of 3-year research project that we were halfway through when we were invited into this, we thought it'd be a kind of fun thing to do on the side. It became something, as you see, that took a lot of time and work. And at some points, we got to the point where we were thinking, God, we've spent a lot of time on this. What are we doing? And then it just became the whole project at some point. And it became the thing that contained everything we were trying to do, and a way of, because of that kind of need to do something which is not finished in the end, but at least kind of making the effort, I think you said, to put something out which has a certain whole to it, became really important, became really fundamental, and now still is to kind of what we're doing with and how we're representing the work that we've done in that. So that's why I'm saying thanks.
Great.
There's a question.
There's a question.
Thank you. I was just thinking of John's comment before about the overlaps, where the overlaps are within the diagrams, which I think is an important question. And I was thinking that one very important thing to consider is whether the linearity, or like the chronological linearity that exists within this diagram, is actually helpful in order to demonstrate the relations between the words that are juxtaposed, or the images, or the drawings. And whether another way, one way would be to abolish this linearity in order to start seeing these relations, or actually have another layer within the diagram that actually zooms in, perhaps goes back to the process of what are the relations between the things that are juxtaposed. So thinking of a combination of the Jencks diagrams, Abby Warburg's Atlas, and Alfred Barr's MoMA diagram. So, yeah.
I could say this is something that we're struggling with now in designing a digital interactive version of this, which also becomes a sort of coding programming question of how to create overlaps. But you know, really trying to find that scalar relationship so that you understand larger groupings, but then can zoom in and see more granular relationships and even the places where the boundaries of categories break down. So I think it's a great question, and I think it might require multiple media, you know, to sort of get to it. But I just wanted to second some of the other comments about the freedom of the invitation, really appreciating the invitation to move between history and practice. And I think, you know, generationally, it feels like a lot of the work from this time period might have come from folks who, it feels like there was more permissiveness in being able to write history with a background in practice, whereas now the structure of academia, you know, really kind of divides those tracks. So, you know, you have to have a PhD to be a historian, to be a scholar, and wasn't always the case. And so I think that it was a wonderful invitation and freedom to be able to posit historical ideas through a kind of visual exploration, which is pretty uncommon.
Is there a question? Oh, did you want to say?
I just want to connect back to your point. We can do it later.
No, you can connect and then we can have another.
So this question of what one does with whether one can step outside of the chronology is really interesting, and that's what fascinated us about Jencks looking at numerical taxonomy and doing that matrix, because that was him trying to see if he could do it without the timeline, and then obviously it was a cul-de-sac for him, reversed out, and then did this forever. But the other thing that the numerical taxonomy was setting up was thinking without metaphor. And then later whenever the CCA interview was, I forget when it was, 2017, he's then saying, but you can't think without metaphor. You need a tree, you need a river to think about these things. So the way that chronology shackles to metaphor, it's kind of interesting, and how, it's what's going on between chronology and metaphor. And, is the only way to think without metaphor actually to bin chronology, but then what do you do? And then how do you, then you use space, but then he was stuck with the spatial representation techniques.
Yeah, just sorry, because we've talked a lot about metaphor, and it's been really interesting working with everybody, because everyone has a different relationship to metaphor. Some people have used it very strongly, references in the diagram. I think there's only one diagram that is more like a classic timeline with X and time and then computation on the other side is less metaphorical. But and Charles uses several different metaphors. So this is more the stream, and then there's another one he calls trees, and then there's another one that's really intestinal. And, I think, yes, certainly he felt language and therefore thought was impossible without metaphor, but to use it lightly. These aren't streams really. It's not quite the overlapping, or it's not really a tree. So I think it's a light metaphor, light somehow, if that's helpful. I don't know.
There's a question.
Hello. So we've been, throughout the day, there's been a lot of talk about exclusion or the lack of inclusion in specific groups in these chronograms. So I'm curious as to how you all think that, or y'all see an industry which is so dominated by cisgendered white heterosexual men, making room for these more marginalized communities like queer people, people of color, effectively.
Does anybody
The profession, the profession, sorry.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I'm thinking back to the comment that Nana gave to Pier Vittorio and Marcin, and you know, I think Pier Vittorio's response was to kind of create a well-defined definition of architecture, and I would. You know, I think if we limit ourselves to how we understand the profession today, it becomes a question of, as I think Mold put on the diagram, almost band-aiding, right? I think what is ultimately at stake is to rethink what the profession is. Now, there are a lot of people in this world that need architecture, and very few of those are actually architects, and very few of those are people who live in architecture. There's a lot of vested interest into maintaining the profession of architecture in its kind of status quo form. But I think we need to look at the practice of, you know, maybe it's engaging with questions of building culture or understanding other, let's say, formalizations or other crystallizations of, let's say, disciplinary practice that might not be architectural, but that still have discipline, that have a history, that have a pedagogy to them, that have a particular form of knowledge, that allow for also not just for other people to be included within its production, but for other worlds to be built.
Yeah, maybe to join in, I think that you would have, of course, a better answer. So this is not an answer, right? But it seems to me that the beginning of an answer would be if what you're describing comes to fruition, and we could go beyond cis, male, straight, etc., and really deepen the transformation of the community of architects, the minimum consequence would be revolution. Why? In my opinion, because it's not that you have something called like architecture or a profession or a discipline that then could engage in straight, racializing, gendering. Architecture is set up to racialize, to straighten. Just think, white and straight don't exist without architecture. Right? So the very project of architecture as a discipline has been to naturalize certain characteristics, which are then, as it were, weaponized in daily life. So you can't just say, okay, let's just change the team. No, the whole mechanism will shift. That would be my first point. But I'm not trying to argue that I have an answer. Secondly, it was also always, in some ways, a failed project. It was never what it, architecture was never straight. And this would lead us to another implication. If I want to produce a whitening, straightening machine, actually that machine can't be simply white or straight, because it's the machine that makes that. So actually, to speak another language, architecture is fundamentally queer. It cannot do its work of manufacturing. So this offers a kind of revolutionary potential, right? Because if you then tune in to those aspects of what is a kind of death machine in the end, like a machine for placing the majority out and down, the majority meaning not just humans, but also pretty much any species or technology or material you can think of. Always this gesture. If the machine that does that, which even can be turned into, as it were, academic discipline, is not what it says it is in order to do that thing, then the kind of surgery needed, the revolution, might not be so much explosion as a kind of tweaking or tuning into. And I think a lot of these diagrams tune into what's there. So if, for example, I'm a feminist warrior, I think I'm deeply affected by the drawing because I suddenly realize the sheer number of colleagues is so much greater than I could ever have imagined, which must be not only empowering but quite threatening, because I want to be, at the leading edge, but there seem to be millions of leading, and they're not even edges. They're like woven and so on. So I think that drawing, and all the drawings today basically said, if you thought you knew what was going on, there's much more layers here, and there's much more room. And this would be the sort of line I would take. And I have to say, naively, I think there's a lot of itch. There's a lot of itch in kind of architecture. And if the word architecture has to sort of fall away, and most of the people that currently occupy its empowered positions have to fall away, nobody will notice, really. It's not that, and I would say it's happening. You can watch, you can feel the change. So I think, and we know it when we're with our students, that we are just like dinosaurs in the face of something more beautiful. And I stick to this incredibly romantically. And anyway, yeah, speaking, I'm the last person to speak on this subject, so that's the last thing I'll say about it. But you know where I'm going, right? I think it's people are nervous about the planet. Architecture should be much more nervous about itself, right? And by the way, it'll have to go if you want to address the other thing, I think.
Should I talk myself?
No, you go.
Okay. Yeah, thank you, Mark. I really enjoy the description of architecture of this machine that is queer by definition, because it's the only way to produce the Cs. Because it seemed to me this actually a description of that diagram in itself. Like literally, it's a beautiful description of the diagram and the effects that it has had over all of us. Right? That's kind of this machine that in a moment was obviously kind of hard to find any female voices or the LGBT or anything there. Probably through an act of generosity of the people on the table, right? Just put it out there with its totalizing quality out there as the kind of provocation that is amazing because it takes risks. And we saw today some provocations that are useless, right? But this is the kind of provocation that is not sterile. It's a provocation that produces and allows to give voice and answer. Right? Each of the diagrams that we saw today, and it was amazing because I seen in the eFlux and the website, but just hearing everyone explaining how that thing in the wall there has allowed them to do it is quite astonishing. The brief was just redress this thing. Nobody has even think about just let's expand it for another 20 years, just continuing to change the names. It's just there's been a kind of I mean, I thought about it, but you didn't do it. But I think I want to thank the generosity that is not only implicit in the diagram itself, which I think is, by the way, quite generous. Like to Charles Jencks risking itself of making such an insane claim that I think at the time it was already insane. It was already like kind of risky to say, and that's probably why he got a lot of phone calls of people being upset because they were in the wrong place or were not there, right? But also to reproduce again that risk and yes, say this thing that is probably considered a masterpiece needs to be kind of needs to be redone, right? So I just wanted to make a short comment and thank for that extreme generosity. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm reflecting still even on the previous question about the diagram trying to encapsulate everything. And I think when I was teaching, that was the reminder that I found myself constantly giving to the students, was like, you don't have to have this drawing do everything. It's okay to have multiple drawings to describe the same thing. And I think that's what today is all about. I think that's what Charles and I were trying to do by showing more than one drawing, to get at this thing that is actually quite thick and wicked and prickly, right? And so I think similarly, like I was invited to a dinner of Harvard folks and a bunch of Harvard graduates that had gone to the Black institutions I mentioned, HBCUs, historically Black colleges and universities, and they were like, yeah, so how do we get HBCU, how do we get more of that, relationship here? And we were like, it's giving like additive multiculturalism, like the idea that you just add more ingredients without changing the base, and then things will be better. And I was like, Alabama has 14 HBCUs in that state alone. Like, what does it mean for Harvard actually to have a presence in the South and to learn, rather than this idea that folks must come up to the Northeast and be filled with knowledge, right? So I think there's a lot of, I think we have to really think not just about how do we expand the terms that we use in school and the practices and the methods, but also just, as I mentioned earlier, kind of refusing canonization altogether and kind of adopting, if I can use another jazz reference, a kind of Coltranean maximalism. I just think we need to be thinking more abundantly in general about how we draw, how we build, who we build, the idea of who the client is, what a public is. All of that, I think, is on the table at the moment.
Yeah, thanks everyone for giving me an opportunity to say something. I think I've been privileged to listen to many conversations in this space over the last 25 years that debated this discussion about the diagram. And I'm sure that this conversation will participate in that lineage. And so I think in many different ways, I think it's important to speak about the diagram. But if I can make some points, particularly responding to Mark and to Lily, Mark oscillated between, and a lot of the conversation oscillates between diagram and drawing. A sense very easily moving from one to the other, and maybe in an attempt to expand the constraints of the diagram, we start to introduce other language instead of challenging possibly the obsolescence of the diagram as method or as practice. I remember personally, I've been teaching here for a while, and we had invited Charles, and we had invited Jeff Kipnis, and I remember a conversation that really had to do with, I think, a statement of purpose. There was a debate. Jeff was talking about what was happening and the attempt to kind of render obsolete Charles's diagram by stating, this kind of Precambrian explosion of all of these things that were typed to all of these new species that were emerging, and potentially the challenges of what that would actually mean. But his reference that actually brought that home was music and the genres of music, and how to see how influence and actually categorization actually became a tool for understanding a kind of evolution, which I think was a very interesting conversation. It was born out of a lot of student work, actually, because it wasn't the subject of critique. But in an attempt to kind of challenge the relationship of the diagram, at that point in time, a lot of the language that you guys are using about making it generative, potentially making it operational, making it as inclusive as possible, those were not in the same trajectories and probably meant something radically different, but there was also questions of, if you build a diagram, does the diagram itself become a machine for something else? There was a lot of philosophy, a lot of discussion, and I think if today is an important marking stone, is to expand that conversation, not to limit it. So I think Patrick's points maybe didn't come over in the best way in terms of tone, but I do think it's important to include them in some way as a summary of today and a summary of the conversations. And if the diagrams are to be continued, which goes to Lily's point, I do think it's a very meaningful thing to see how these things evolve. But I think Charles was very unique because the diagram, somehow he had to live with that diagram, and he was confronted by that diagram all the time. So there was a certain responsibility and accountability that came with the diagram, which it felt was something that actually is something very important. It's not something that you can kind of state a name to, but it was a generator of conversations that actually, in listening to a lot of you express your experience in generating it and the generosity, I think that process is probably much more important than the actual drawing or diagram itself. I'm not sure that those can be captured in a literal diagram. And that's why I'm always posing the question, from my perspective, representation in that way is potentially an enemy for a lot of the issues that we're talking about today in this room. So if you take that on board and you say that the diagram has to be operational, then it has to be something lived, it has to allow people to evolve that, and potentially it goes against drawing and diagrammatic practices as architects use. So I just kind of put that out there as a food for thought. I do think that the exhibition should evolve. The nature of how it evolves, I think, is maybe more important. Like, are your diagrams seeds and invitations for other people to evolve? If they are, then you have to also accept that they reject them. And that dialogue, I think, is a very challenging one, because on what terms, for what reasons? And I just think that is an important thing, I think, in this space to, I think, afford the opportunity for students to actually maybe enter into a conversation that hasn't been here for a while. So with this conference, I think the diagram has come back in a conversation. With the fact that the exhibition is upstairs, I think it's come back as well. But it also has a history in this particular place, which I think is useful to invest in a little bit. So it's more a comment than anything else.
Thank you. I'm conscious of time, and I don't want to cut this conversation short, but maybe just as a diagram, as you said, Lily, is the beginning of a conversation, not the end of one. I think this is the beginning of a bigger conversation, which hopefully we can have upstairs with these amazing diagrams that are on display. Contrary to maybe how they appear, as Jeremy suggested, as perfect art objects, they're definitely still very much in progress. The process of putting on this exhibition, no one just said, here's the file printed out. There have been many conversations and discussions on how best to bring these ideas to life and how they can exist in conversation with hopefully all of you for the months to come while they're on display. So it definitely is in many ways the beginning of a conversation, and through its multiplicity will generate so many more, I hope, conversations, diagrams, ideas, projects, and hopefully new realities. So on that note, I'd like to invite you all to please come upstairs to have a drink and continue talking to all of us. I'd like to thank all of the many speakers who participated today, the audience that has joined us, and of course the Jencks Foundation and eFlux for kind of making this project happen. So thank you.